Me voting there, I even told my colleagues I'm selling my vote because whether I vote for you or not, I'm still going to suffer. So when you give me an amount of 1,000 and I vote, I think I have something better in it. Whereby me going to vote just free like that. No, I will not vote free. When you give me money, I'll vote for you. I'm selling my vote. That's to me. Because after all voting, I'll just come back, ride my motor. It's not like I don't have good grace. I'm having good grace in the house. Nobody to help.
Welcome to another episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Today at the Dome Market, I speak with Emmanuel, who sells pineapple. I want to find out from him why he decided to sell pineapple at a very young age or at his age. Join me as we speak with him. My name is Victoria Chebafo. Me who say oto abrobe. Person bisa say o sha say ebia infie saying.
Oh, ache. By years, neither mean kind.
Simply because say, oh, shas and uncolor brim no. Na, I don't know, person ye or we are sell by say, Obi on maybe a person you co school ye, number doctor, ni lawyer, and as we not person ye then.
Oh, maybe a number some year business. Because because ABR one, me person ye lawyer, penny, doctor penny, police penny, and now impo, soldier penny be crana. Na mi ni opening bi o school na makoni na ebe kwa because this year na Ghana no ansa na wo be kwa wura edwuma bi wura be lawyer no age wo fa panyin bi so eno kura no ye fre bi protocol eno kura no wo be hunu no age wo kura sad because of say yo ni pe bi anase oye we ansa na yetimi afa da pase unnim panyin bia wom uya ya so ko anhwe kura na ene ma ebe mo atotototo we betretua no at the end of the day no kura na yanza nso mfawo nso abaka agu enti mi dia mi hunu say fine mi ko school no mi me business even kura mi ko SS no business na me ye business for school enti na me ba edu weekends na ma beton pineapple edu manda na because kusara na meye timi ami we ya no na mi ami class no e bia metna sa bia me application akopa eduma obi wo ani pa no even at the end of the day no kra no e month ne beso no aketu ade be ma no kitu e eno so kra na wan konya ni papa be California so ati ase be California because when me say eduma no to accountant ma get me eja anytime bit me eja anytime in California ni be mu dia wa anyonya o say nja because me so ja ya cash timi am tuna se plan say ne sa dia ba ka ko fa pineapple na ma den maton ni nyina eye adwuma ni bi at the end of the day no na me beto ni hire nsuo e de gusu a menye bi edi menye bi ahwe mabusua menye bi so a save ni nyina me am de me hu wura mu no say eye mame pressure bi anso nim tama me pena me ba tama me pena me pon because obi adwuma no yale kro so okọ yale ni nyina chi kura no bo so me be so no kura no aketua ne nsanso mma aso ayo California da fe na de ka ebia mi ken ebeduru on ebia na o parent teniska na ebia wuni mo bia nso awokọ no so okopem mo ha bebia oye adwuma no obi ton aduane wo ho a ebia npa ne be hu mo bo se ene ma me ma obi bo so me so a oju aketua na no ayi media da e dia blame ba na me se bo so me ne ba so nso ama me ne be California na se aduane na nkaza odu aketua no wadi emu half ɛwɔ aduane nto gye yɛ na ayɛ so agya sɛ nti ma ha me ho koraa sɛ kɔyɛ obi adwuma
nti dɔme akra ha ne ɛwɔ anaasɛ wofiri baabi na ɔbaa
baabi na mebaa
wofiri
mene firi ɔboase mene kwaku manu
menu otwa
movie mene nyinaa mene firi ɔboase
nti ɔboase hɔ nom na woyɛ pineapple na woba nkran ha nom no ɛna bɛyɛ pineapple
na meyɛ gold adwuma ɛwɔ na meyɛ gold adwuma but me ma me mo ɛba ha ɛbɛ settle wɔ ha sei ti asɔ mbɛ settle wɔ ha no ɛna ma ɔmo de yɛ nkwala ne nyinaa so yɛ dɛ ɛba ha ti ɛba ha no ama me kurom wɔ no ma nkɔ sɛ me kɔ yɛ adwuma because of sɛ me busuafo nyinaa wɔ ha nti ahaya na me kɔ school ahaya na me kɔ GSS ahaya na me wie SS ɛwɔ ha nti na sɛ mɛfa ne sɛ bia maka na ɛwɔ no gold adwuma no so sisi ano aban na abla na senti wintimi nka sɛ o kɔyɛ ɛna no so ɛnyɛ because ɛsɛ nsuo no nti no ama me ba sei no aya na matena na me de ani me da start me own business me yɛ
nti na kyerɛ sɛ wowie SS na pɛ ɛna wo start
da bi me wo SS na me yɛ ana me ka sɛ edu weekends me beton Saturday and Sunday Monday na me go school saa na me yɛ because me papa ni bi mama ni bi timi me fa ɔhaw ɛnkɔto ɔmo so because of sɛ ɛnkula no yɛ dɔso ti nya me nko me anti sɛ nso me create bi mama sɛ bɛyɛ me side no ɛnkɔyɛ wenti na me bɛyɛ sika na me nya no ɛno na me go school for week no yes anti me we SS no ana me am to aso na me yɛ ti ma ha me ho sɛ ikoye obi adwuma although me ne ma me bi ko ton nua no de ana ma me ne yɛ me no eni anje ho bad oh boso me ne ba so no na ma chem be 3 weeks asa na ketwa na aba ti me am hu sɛ we ne ba boa me na na me de me ho be shame
ti wo enuano wo enuanfo ho no ma omo ko school na so mo so we ya bi no mo
ko school omo ko school ba ko awie JHS I say on wa electrician on wa ye na adwuma ba ko nso wie SS on so surveyor na me so me wa anti me so na me pia mo kakra
apart from say bia where dia wo ton a bia we skadi film meto aduane mo ho no but we do say suba ka say if itim ra wo sha za wo ton pineapple to me aye say ni say no
o ane be ble
nti edu ede say pineapple no de ba dodo se na de ba na dodo se so na wo to me ton
oh pineapple no ebo no en sheda nye standard ana say ebo no sheda nye because enne no ebi enne obekọ obetumi akonya bi ba ko 5 cedi ade chi obekọ obetumi akonya ne 20 ade be chi obekọ no obetumi akonya ne ba ko 10 cedi enti ebo no engina fa ko but o down the bar when the way abeton na at the end of the day no obenya bi ade beto aduane adi
so de we dra wa ba market sada na ba yanto bibi cry esipen
na me ya dum de bia me ba ye tobi e ma me nya bi didi se me ka se me ba ma ba wa bla me nton ba kokora ya na me ye bonia ye ni ma ye nya me bonia ye ni me ba ye se ma nya bi ato aduane adi ma ton bi me bi akoto aduane but I didn't say at the end of the day no na me be che me woni nyam.
So you heard it all for yourself from Ima. This is what he also has to say about his life. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Victoria Cheba. I'll see you in the next episode.
I wish everybody to open up his brain and think well and choose a good person who can take care of this country. Not only people who comes in and say only what they want to say, convince people and give people what they small things and then they go and put them on power. Then later on they start suffering. We don't want that kind of whatever. So I wish Ghanaians to think well, to choose their choice. They should think twice. They should sit back and think very well for so many years. If it's good for you, it's not good for your brother. If it's good for you, it's not good for your daughter. So you have to think well. Think very, very well. Who is the best person? I'm not for NPP, I'm not for NDC. I'm for the whole Ghana. So you guys should think. The way the white people are thinking, think like that. You shouldn't think like it's stupid. They give you 100 city, 200 city, you vote. Your future is very, very miserable. You guys should think well. How many years you are suffering? These people are for themselves. Don't you see the way their children are enjoying? You don't see what they buy for their kids? You don't see the cars they are using? And then you follow them? Think twice. Ghanaians should open up their mind. Not that only they say, hey, no. They shouldn't trust anybody. They should sit back and think what their father is earning, what their mom is doing, what the brothers are doing. So they got to open up their brain and wake up. Wake up. Not this guy or whatever. They should think well. The future is more great.
I've always been saying that nobody should lose the strand of the hair because of an election. Let us all commit ourselves that we have only one Ghana. So anything that we can do to maintain the peace that we are in. Because if we lose the peace, you can't do anything, no matter the type of work that you do. So if you know somebody who is trying to do something untoward, call the person's attention that it doesn't help. Don't support people to do what's wrong. And we should love Ghana more than our political parties. So we should put Ghana ahead of our political parties. And when we do that, we'll have very peaceful election. So the election will come and go and we'll still be Ghana.
We, as the president of the Ghana Journalists Association, it is our utmost responsibility to protect the institution of state. And that is what we are doing. We are preaching peace before, during election. We're also encouraging our people to be very circumspect in their discharge of their duty, and also make sure that they are guided by the ethics of the profession. We shouldn't avail our platform to be used for hate speech and to incite tension. I've been encouraging. We still preparing ourselves by training our people ahead of the election, especially in the area of fact-checking and also debunking misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, also news. So we hope and pray that we've got on our side. We shall cross this stacks. We will do everything possible to jealously guard the peace we enjoy in this country. Ghana is the only peaceful country within the sub-region, and we must be proud of that. We will do everything. We are going to make sure that we join hands with all key stakeholders, including but not limited to the Electoral Commission, political parties or actors, and everyone who matter, to ensure that this election come peaceful and Ghana will remain the peaceful and the enviable country in Africa.
What I would tell Ghanaians is that it's still the usual elections that we've always been having. It should certainly be peaceful. I don't envisage any some mayhem or anticipating mayhem. No, it's just go to your polling station, go and vote, and go home and just get some fufu and eat, and don't disturb any other person. Except you don't have anything to lose. For some of us, we have a lot to lose. We have families. We just want to push the academic journey. So once there's anything, it's going to affect us. So we stay blessed.
With peace, we can do everything. Without peace, we cannot live. We can't go about our daily activities. So I entreat every Ghanaian to embrace peace. I stand for peace, and I want you to demonstrate peace in whatever you do before, during, and after the December 7th election. I stand for peace.
I had the opportunity to visit Freetown in Sierra Leone. I visited the amputees camp. I saw the results of war. And I also had the privilege to have an area view of the devastation that the war had caused to that country. It's the reason I will always stand for peace, and I invite you to also stand for peace.
About 20 days, Nancy, and then 3 days, you won't say US for 2 Amabano. I'm going to Amaba peacefully, Gidi BNC. It's you youth. No, Kotuaba, go and conquer Gidi and conquer for ballot paper, ballot box via Kotuaba, do 6 maybe I bet Yabekan, Rakujina Wakan. Say, Umufi say, you be your polling agent for Ombe intercepted, and your individual and Kwama politician be who are we or be any or best celebrate who would know. It will be uncle to peacefully.
About 1 year passing. Now, Ghana, Yatna should be Musa Abedu and young Percy a best as we win. And never answer party for no, ya Pamucho. Say Obina Awinia, Omufamanu Boko. Say Nippon Swan Winia, more Mufayan Tokwa. Ntiga o asumbi a wo ade nyina nti ne me ne me kan se ye pa asumbi
abato ne de asumbi ne ye pe okọ na se NDC na akoto amano MPP na akoto amano okọ she box nu ma e nkwa na unyame ntem asem nti me de me ma gyenche se ba ya o de okọ na akogina polling box nu ma wa gyenche una onim ne okọ akoto amano nti ehun hia so beko kogina ho se okoto wi a entokwa na we watimi wakame e ka me nkwa de ka asumbi ne de ye hwehwe tu de e ba the Ura boss no una nim nipa o kwa koto amano otuma no wi a o de hoja ho na akoba bi a ofiri bae tenkwane asundue ene de yepe e wo my Ghana man nim
about one day aya adwinche se ne be ya o koto aba ne se ne be ya daachi we abra bo be si yie sa ne ya tu nye se ntokwa se ma na bibia o se o de ani obi ade na ni tu form no hwe ba bia daachi e be boa no na sitremu ni ade nti we dey me smith me aka no nyento kwa nya fi wotu aba bi abokọ wa kofia kwa kwatipe oba bi atena kusi chama ye be declare
abato de me mento aba me kwa ne ko bi akora nto do ko be ka bra o ma na etim no se ko fo Yesu Kristo kura ba di o ma we so a ni pa be polutu na adwe nti mo mbato de me de wotu ye no kwa ko se ofie no wada de be wini bi o wini because ma wini a over him bro but me also we never hear me do 2 years na kwa kan bo bi ko tu ani e man ko nyasem and me paka che mo ano no
obi anu ni okoto ma no on jaze enti se me ko to ma we a do be wi ni su ni do be wi ni na do do su ni do be do su enti se me do su anu ko se man ha me se ma do su ma ko ko nzo kwa ana ma kire me ko fo se ma do su na o ma wi a mi ntino mo fa kire na mo ko ya ni ma bia e kwata nti abato de uru so wa lu su wi ni wa wi ni ana abato te
most Ghanaians are going into the elections based on their own preferences, their ideas, who their potential candidates are, and what messages they have for Ghanaians. They are going to the streets of Suriname to speak to some electorates and find out their opinions ahead of the 2024 elections.
My assessment of the government is that because of the free education and a lot of so many things, hospitals and other things that the government has done, that's why I said I will vote for the government. The government has done that, so many things about the hospitals, Agenda 111 for the hospitals and other things. And the rules, and so many things that are brought in that the government is doing well. The new government coming, It will reduce some, said it will reduce some taxes on things so that the new government can improve well on the economy.
The current government in power, I'm not going to say they've done so well. I'm not going to say they've maybe deviated from whatever they told us they would do for the country or something. But I think they are lacking with everybody. As we talk, we all have defaults and everything as we speak. So then I think they are lacking in one way or the other, or maybe they are not really fulfilling some promises of meeting the expectation of we the citizens in Ghana. But I'm not going to rate them down, but they've done their best. Okay, so for me, I'm a student, should I say I'm a product of free SHS. So I'm not going to really say that they've not done well in the part of education, because some people, or some of we the less privileged people, maybe we went to some schools we could not afford, but due to the free SHS, it paved the way for literally everybody, both the rich and poor, to get access to some schools in Ghana as of now. But yeah, they've done so well because they've helped the less privileged to be able to gain education. They are to look more upon the health sector, because as human beings, our health defines us. And so without good health, without good water, good food, good sanitations, good medications to take in, we are nobody. Because our health determines who we are. And recently the rate at which people are suffering from kidney diseases and the expense of dialysis is so much that some people, it's not like some people, even people we classify in the community are rich, are even suffering and then struggling to pay for dialysis. So I think they should really put into consideration. I'll urge my fellow Ghanaians not to follow maybe some incentives or something they are giving them. Just vote for someone who is capable to lead Ghana to the highest and make Ghana a better place for everybody and all of us to have good life, good education and everything perfect, so that we can live a peaceful Ghana.
For the NPP, I don't have too much problem on them, because what they show that they will do, they are paid about 80% of what they promised. They say they will give free SHS, and that one they have done it. And they are taking care of our health. If you have the health insurance, if you go to the hospital, not everything they charge. And moreover, there's peace in the country. They should improve very well is how the people are destroying our waters, the mining side. I'll think about the youth, how the youth will get jobs to do. Well, because of that, as NPP is promised that if we should give them another chance, so that to develop the country well, so that everybody will get something to do. Okay, what I can tell them was that they should be quiet and be vigilant. They should obey the rule of the Electoral Commission.
I'm a farmer.
All right.
They have tried for us. They give us hospital. The last 2 months going, they have cleared all the road, fixing everything. So I think they do better for us. But we should not focus on their promises. We have to think how the economy, we all will not suffer from Agogo. They have done well, but they're good over there. They have cleared the place. Because this time we are now, there's not, it's not because of the Kekenu, all the boys, they'll stay at the ghetto. So we have to find a big job for us in this town, a factory, like the way they are going to different countries like Tema and different countries. So they have to give us work over here. Which will be free at this Somalia town. So we can't test it without them we can't live. Without them we can't live. So they have to, the promise they are giving us, they have to do it.
With the government, the NPP government, he has helped us some way somehow. I don't know what it is. To the roads, he has done well with the roads. And some of the roads that he's coming and he has done well when it comes to the roads. But maybe there are some necessary things he needs to fulfill before leaving the seat, which it does not accomplish them, which I'm pleading if you can hear me right now. And like these are roads here, and some of the schools are going to be completed. I'm not going to vote. I'm not going to vote.
The views of some residents of Somenya ahead of the 2024 elections. Most of them are education based. Most of them have had their on the performance of the government. They urge all Ghanaians to go into the polls to vote peacefully. From Somenya in the Eastern region, I beg to the GhanaWeb TV.
Meet Kofi Aponso, a deaf blacksmith who is so talented at what he does. Now, as a lot of people come to him, how is he able to communicate to the people to understand? Even when it comes to pricing, how is he able to do that for the people to understand what exactly he means? As the world celebrates International Sign Language Day, we are here to find out how he is able to leverage sign language to be able to do his business to the understanding of the general public who come to him for the work.
In a small workshop in the heart of Takwa, the sound of hammering metals fill the air as Kofi Aponso, a deaf blacksmith, meticulously shapes tools and repairs equipment. For the past 30 years, Kofi has dedicated himself to his craft, proving that disability is no barrier to mastering a trade. Growing up, his hearing siblings could easily engage with the world around them, but for Kofi, communication was a daily struggle because he was the only child born deaf among his parents' 6 children.
So our firstborn was actually a hearing. He was a male, and then same to the second person. And then the third born was also a hearing. The fourth born being a girl was also a hearing. And then the fifth, the same thing, a girl and a hearing. But I was the only one born deaf. Yeah, so what happened was that since then, life has been very challenging, and then we are only left with 2 at the moment. But regarding the hearing and then the deaf side, I'm the only one being the deaf.
Speaking through a sign language interpreter, Kofi Eponsu told me that he came to Takwa with his mother from Accra and he decided to stay there in order to make ends meet. Kofi sees his job as a gift from God because he didn't learn it from anyone, neither did he go to school to learn it.
So I'm actually an illiterate, and that I learned this profession myself. Due to my illiteracy, I was thinking about what to do, especially on the issue of employment. So my mother brought me to Takwa, and then a lot of my family members didn't know that I was around. And I personally didn't know the living conditions in Takwa here. So my mother left to Accra, and then bought new tools back to Takwa. And then I started mounting the structure. And I continuously prayed to God. And then gradually, so we have some tools or some items that I used in cars, and they were the things that I began with. So I actually learned this profession myself. It has always been my dream. And then even sometimes I dream about repairing of tools. And that I became consistent and I concentrated on it. So actually learning of this profession was done by myself. Sometimes tools that are spoiled, I welcome people to bring them on board. And as a result, I tried perfecting myself with that.
However, his journey has not been without its challenges, especially when it comes to communicating with his clients. While he quickly learned the art of blacksmithing, interactions with clients became a persistent challenge. Despite his remarkable skills, Kofi's clients' inability to understand the sign language, which is the language he understands, often forces him to rely on others for assistance.
Now when the person comes and then speaks, I may not hear. But depending on the tool the person brings and then the gestures being made, I would understand. If it's difficult, I would call in another hearing friend to actually listen and then explain it in such a way that I will understand. Once that is done, I communicate the price of the work to be done. That is the work mindset. If the person speaks in such a way that I don't understand, I quickly rush to beg someone to actually speak on my behalf. The person speaks to him, and then he explains to me, and that settles the issue. I actually have 2 hearing people that normally assist me. In case one is traveled or one is not around, I call the other person to come in to assist. It actually becomes challenging. For instance, if I don't have any other person, these 2 people not available, I will have to rely on another person who is around and I can explain things such that I will understand. But the person speaking and me being a deaf is very challenging. When the person comes and is speaking, I let the person know right from the scratch that I'm a deaf, and that the person should be patient as I call in another person to come assist me.
This dependency, however, extends beyond basic communication. Negotiating prices for his services poses another significant hurdle. While our conversation was ongoing, a client came in with his business. Kofi has resorted to writing on paper to communicate the prices, but even this method has its drawbacks. he struggled to write the price correctly. He wanted to write 2,800 cedis, but ended up writing 20,800 cedis. But for the interpreter who accompanied me to conduct the interview, who was around to serve as a mediator, Kofi might have lost the business, or the client would have had to wait for Kofi to go and look for another person to help both parties understand themselves.
that's not going on. I'm moving Jamaica. Jamaica. What's up, Bandy? Where your mama boo? Mata.
Nonetheless, Kofi has a remarkable way of striking a deal with his clients, thanks to his honesty and the quality of his work. His reputation has earned him the trust of many, and even with the occasional misunderstandings, customers leave satisfied. He said his customers come from every part of Takwa and Swayam and the Pristiahoni Valley municipalities with their works, because he is the best at blacksmithing.
I actually have a lot of people coming around from diverse places. Some from Aboso here in Takwa, some from Swayam, some from Bogoso, a whole lot of areas. They all bring their work to my place, and I'm the only person over here. I'm the only expert, because there are a lot of tools that I have, a lot of people do not have that. They don't really have all those tools. And I'm the only person that makes a perfect work whenever they come around. I don't like deceit. I'm always honest with my work. Yes, a lot of them. Motorcycles, a lot of people have been coming. I sometimes even have white people coming around. Yeah, and then they even sometimes come to video whatever work that I'm doing. They video everything. Sometimes they even gift me, and they gift me millions.
According to him, the place he is operating from does not belong to him. Due to this, he is unable to develop the place to befit the work he does. He is therefore appealing to the general public to support him acquire land on which he can build the kind of structure he wants.
This land is actually not mine, but that of my masters. And it's my aim and my goal to actually own my own land in order to build a project or start this project such that it will actually showcase the work that I'm doing over here. I'm actually appealing at the moment that I have sponsors and people that could support me, secure my own plot of land, as well as establish my shop such that it will showcase everything that I'm doing regarding my work.
But for Kofi, the challenges he faces every day go beyond his workshop. He believes that his solution lies in the broader community learning sign language, emphasizing the need for inclusivity.
when hearing people come around, they try to speak, and I have to go beg someone to assist in that regard before I understand. Now that is really a big challenge and a big blow for us. Normally, it begins with gestures. He does his, and I try explaining the cost involved and everything. So we are pleading with the hearing community to actually be serious with the studies of sign language in order to help with our work. Thank you.
As we celebrate International Sign Language Day, Kofi's story is a reminder of the importance of breaking communication barriers between the deaf and the hearing community through the learning of sign language. I have come to Sign Language Empowerment Silanem Academy, an organization which is helping in the training of sign language in basic schools in Ghana, to find out the progress made in the learning of sign language in Ghana so far. According to the Executive Director of Silanem, Richmond Baidu, the government and some organizations are making some interventions toward the learning of sign language.
Okay, so I think the government is doing a lot when it comes to the issue of sign language studies. For instance, if you go to the nursing and midwifery training colleges, if you go to the teacher training colleges, there is the teaching and learning of sign language in all these institutions. However, there are still some gaps that need to be filled, in the sense that these institutions, some offer them only for a semester. And I believe that this, in my own opinion, isn't going to help. Because once they move to level 200, level 300, everything had been forgotten. So I believe that making it compulsory throughout, from level 100 to the complete, will go a long way to assist, such that once they complete or they graduate, they can be of help to the deaf community. The next thing we can also talk about is in relation to the Ghana National Association of the Deaf, which is NAD. NAD has also introduced a professional sign language training at the University of Cape Coast UCC, where professionals, those who want to become professionals, also go there to have a formal education. However, there are still hitches, in the sense that you can imagine if a person who is a newbie or someone who is now learning or picking it up, it's going to be difficult for such an individual, and hence there should be avenues for new students to actually acquire sign language education. Also, National Association of Sign Language Interpreters Ghana, which is NASLIP, where I serve as a secretary, I believe that they are also doing their best by mobilizing all interpreters within the regions in order to be of help to the deaf community.
Richmond Baidu is advocating for the inclusion of the teaching and learning of sign language in the curriculum in the basic schools for students to learn the sign language, just as French is studied in the basic schools. He noted that his organization has begun introducing sign language in some basic schools. Through this, the organization has been organizing sign language quiz competitions for these schools to test their sign language fluency. Mr. Baidu believes that when the needed support is given to organizations to help in sign language training, the communication gap between the deaf and the hearing communities will be bridged to bring harmony.
B, C, D, E, F, J, H, I, J, okay, F or not? F or not? Some of you are reading, some of you are yes, okay, let's go this guy, F or...
So we are hereby advocating for the teaching and learning of sign language across all institutions, especially our basic schools. We believe that the introduction of sign language in the basic schools will help take off or unveil certain misconceptions that the society has about deaf individuals. Since these children are the next generation, we believe that even if the persistent issues are difficult to be dealt with, handling these children will help do away with these challenges that we are facing. We are hereby appealing that the government should try its possible best to include sign language as part of their school's curriculum. Just as French has been made compulsory now, we believe that it is possible to as well include sign language as part of the education curriculum in order to foster an inclusive society and also help the deaf community. Therefore, in our own small way, that is my organization, Synonym, that is Sign Language Empowerment, we have introduced a pragmatic adventure by introducing sign language into basic schools in Ghana. We are specifically located in Takwa, but annually we organize a sign language quiz competition by including all basic schools across the country, bringing them on board in order to also assist in the advocacy campaign. We are hereby pleading that the government should extend a supporting hand in the teaching and learning of sign language in the basic schools and across all institutions as well. So research has shown that children who are exposed to the teaching and learning of sign language have their brain developed to about 20 to 40%. This really tells us of the cognitive development on the side of our children if we enforce the teaching and learning of sign language. So I believe that the significance of sign language is not only limited to our deaf community, but will as well be beneficial to the hearing community as well. So we are hereby pleading to all stakeholders to come on board to assist in that regard. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever.
From Takwa in the western region of Ghana, my name is Thomas Tete, reporting for GhanaWeb.
About 20 years, I'm trouble. I'm not going to be around. Look at the bra. Oh, man, I didn't know. So, go for your piece of crab by Dio Maviswa. The people to have it. The one button there, who 2 years ago, Sophie, and what the very winning because Mamma Vinia over him, bro. But we also win over him, bro. 2 years. Now, when I'm moving to 20, I'm going to ask him, and the catch on one.
Schools don't start in a day, but there is an election coming and the stakes are high.
Hello, and welcome to another edition of Legal Agenda. Today we'll be looking at Ghana security, specifically the Act 999, that's the Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019. We'll be looking at the key provisions, the objectives, and the impact it has made on Ghana's security landscape. We also discuss how the Act aims to curtail the activities of vigilante groups and also deter potential offenders and ensure swift and fair justice for those who perpetrate these offenses. My name is Matilda Boati Nati, and today on my show I have Dr. Adams Bona, who is a security expert, and lawyer Sena Hoto, who is a legal practitioner. Gentlemen, you are welcome to this show.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will start with Dr. Bona. Being a security analyst, do you think the law has served its purpose in regards to vigilantism and Related Offences Act, has it helped?
Thank you very much for bringing us onto this show. Let me say hello to my colleague panelists and yourself and your team for probably, I must say, emphasizing a lot on, you know, this particular act and to know whether the act has served us. And let's also remember the people of Niger in our prayers. And an act like this is put together to ensure that what is happening in the sub-region doesn't happen. Coups don't start in a day. It is, you must put in pragmatic measures to either stop a future coup or to plan a future coup directly or indirectly.
That's right.
And so what you've seen in Mali, you've seen in, you know, Burkina Faso, Niger, and the rest, didn't just start by a day. It was because of the, call it, the lack of political will and lack of leadership ability to perform a certain task that has culminated into what we are seeing in Niger. Yesterday, coincidentally, I was with the rep of the ECOWAS Commission. And I must also say that I serve as a board member of the Small Arms Commission. I'm a rep of the, you know, CSOs in Ghana, you know, against small arms. So I serve on the board of Small Arms Commission. So I would say I have some knowledge when it comes to the area of vigilantism and other related offenses. Now, to answer you directly, I would say no, it hasn't. It was just pure lip service by our leaders. You remember how the Vigilantism Act came about. It was the president just one morning issuing a fiat. I give you 1 week. I give you 2 weeks to come up with an act, or I'm going to send something to Parliament. Tell me if one person has been prosecuted using that law. Not that I can remember. He's a lawyer, he should know, but nobody. Because, you know, owning a firearm doesn't come cheap. Those who own firearms, there are 3 or so reasons why people own firearms. We started owning firearms, so you want to look at generational. Generationally, people use them for pure hunting and then for festivals, right? In this country. Then subsequently, we started using them to fight wars and for conflict and whatever. Then the third layer came in criminality. So now there are diverse reasons why people use firearms. And as we sit today, to own a pump action is a lot of money. To even go through the process of registering is a lot of money. Those who actually own a lot of these firearms are people who should know better. You understand what I'm trying to say? And so, tell me, recently in the eastern region, a certain big chief had his people parading firearms and shooting people in the Galamsey area. I must say, without, you know, mincing words, these people claim to be, as, you know, people who have been assigned by the Ochehene to go out and chase Galamseyers. Okay, this is in the news. I don't want to put your media house into the spotlight, but it is there. And these people, I don't know whether they were arrested. They were parading firearms and shooting at one another in the glare of the, you know, in the public view. If you look at the firearms law, it says for you to display a firearm, you need permission from the IGP to do that. And so if I had a firearm and I put it on this table and it comes into the public domain, the law says I should be arrested. But unfortunately, we have not been able to do what is expected of us. Today, go to most Zongos, go to Nima, go to Mamobi, go to Ashama, go to Kaswa, go to most Zongos in this country, go to most communities, Aswanse, go to most communities in this country when there are weddings, when there are adorings, when there are festivals. People are shooting firearms. Homawa is just around the corner. People literally just firing, you know, pump action guns.
And nothing is done to them.
And we are watching. Unfortunately, the police is doing what it has to do. But the perpetrators, once they are arrested, oh, I am a chief, I am this, I am that, I am that, they are my boys, they are my this, they are my that. So we passed this law with the intention of cutting the roots of, you know, these firearm issues. But unfortunately, as I've asked, how many people have been prosecuted? Because prosecution will tell you whether we've done well or we have not done well. That is a yardstick to tell.
Yeah.
If you pass a law to stop something, and rather after passing the law, it's become worse, then you know you have failed.
The act is not serving
It
its
means
purpose.
that in the beginning, I was one of the people who were contacted to put in, you know, send suggestions. I said I won't because I told them, seriously speaking, I want to be careful. But I said it was a bogus law because we already had an enactment, which we have not used well.
Okay. Can you educate us?
Because then we already have some law policing firearms.
Okay.
We haven't used well. And also, what do you call that? Vigilantism and other acts. If you were to, you know, you couldn't just go onto somebody. We've had various laws. Then we decided, let's make it worse.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Who are the people digging our soil and destroying our water bodies?
That's right.
Is it not the Chinese? They are here.
Yes.
You know, we are acting as accomplices to aid them. We bring them.
Yeah.
And so mine is that you cannot discuss a lot of the things happening in this country without relating it to the Vigilantism Act we promulgated, is been assented onto. But unfortunately, my dear Matilda, it really hasn't served
its purpose.
Show me one person who has been prosecuted. And I will tell you without mincing words. We have pastors in this country who showed firearms, threatening people with firearms.
Nothing is
and, you know, prosecutions start and it is done on behalf of the AG. Private persons cannot go to court per our law to go and prosecute. So if the AG decides that you are a party member, so I'm not going to prosecute you, me, Adam Bona, can I do that? I cannot do that. You can call and call and call. If it's only when he decides that he will file something called nolle prosequi that he will. And so mine is that until such a time that we begin to look at the whole constitution of this country, not throw it away, but do some amendments so that state institutions and people put into certain positions can act and act well. It is going to be very difficult. And just like my premise was on Niger, Burkina, and the rest, no one begin to think that as for us, we are far away from these things. The young people are arming and arming and arming. The older folks are arming, the young people are arming. So if we don't do things right, we are going to be overwhelmed.
So as a lawyer, do you think this act has served its purpose?
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me on the show, and greetings to all your viewers. I agree only to an extent of what my senior brother and then an expert in the field, you know, says. To the extent that there are challenges with implementation, I agree that the law has some shortfalls or shortcomings.
Okay.
But imagine a situation where there isn't anything at all.
Right.
So if you look at the history of that act, specifically Act 999, Vigilantism and Related Offences Act 2019, if you look at it, you would realize that prior to that time, there has really been a lot of political party groups, people that are formed, associations and groups, mainly for the purpose of intimidating other people. So you have all kind of names. If you look behind the last schedule of the act, the Azoka Boys, the Power People, the list is endless. And so there was a need to curtail that, as well as deal with the rampant issues of land guard activities in the country. But these days, if you look at almost all the land-related issues, there's one person or the other guarding it. I can tell you for a fact that after the passage of that law, the activities of land guards relating to lands have come down.
All right.
It's not totally eradicated, but it's come down. But I am of the view that, yes, the law has its shortcomings, but that particular law, from what I said, I believe will be tested the most next year. Because
why do you say
yes,
that?
because it was passed in 2019.
Yes, and we are in 2023.
Came to force fully in 2020.
Sure. So 3
and
years.
yes, and so all those political party groups, all those associations, the Azoka boys, and then the things, to a large extent, disappeared or appear to have disappeared. But there is an election coming, and the stakes are high. And so that is the point that we want to see if these laws, the Act 999 amongst all the other host of laws put together, are going to have that effect that it was designed to. It's only at that point and beyond that I can confidently say that, okay, the act has failed in its implementation. But I, to a large extent, will always be an advocate for the passage of laws to curtail social behaviors or social activities that depart from the way of the law. It may not be perfect, but then it gives us an opportunity to start the discussion from one point. If you look at the act in the respective parts that it has dealing with the land guard activities, you would realize that the act puts in place punishments. And so
I know from 5 years to 10 years, others from 5
yes,
to
so
25,
within
depending on
yes,
the
if you are caught under this law as playing the role of land guard, either you are procuring the people to come and terrorize people on their lands and things like that, you are looking at up to about 15 years in jail. Then fast forward came the Land Act of 2020, I think Act 1036, that specifically also created a provision to deal with these land guard related activities, so that if you are found to also be engaging in these things, you can have a minimum. So the minimum for you is 5 years. And so the laws are there. For me, where the problem lies is the implementation. My senior brother mentioned that festivals are coming. Just this weekend. Yes. I was at the police station. And gunshots are going on in the upcoming festivals. And people are brandishing weapons. And the police had arrested a lot. So there's some amount of effort going on. But the problem that I see from where I sit is the political will and commitment. Because the beneficiaries of some of these things are the people that hold the power. And so if you arrest someone, the prosecution in criminal matters is at the behest of the state. And the issue is so complex. People support candidates to come to office, and candidates are not from from outside the space and then they come. They are from communities. They have leaders. They associate with certain traditions and religions. And so those groups and categories of people have supported the bid of a candidate. And so when some of these things begin to happen, they begin to call on the favors. Yes, we have supported you. It's time.
Help us.
Help us. And so we need to broaden the scope of these laws. The 999, the 1036, we need to even empower or uplift the status of the Small Arms Commission. Move it from a commission status and give it biting teeth, or teeth to bite. Until we are able to do that, at this point, the Small Arms Commission is just advisory and advocacy role. They do all these advisory and advocacy roles. People are having the need to protect themselves, protect their assets, because there's a perceived failure of the system to protect them. People feel like if I buy a land and I don't put somebody there, I will lose it. And they have seen it happen over and over and over again. So when the systems are strengthened, when the laws are improved upon, and it's reviewed, I believe that it's better to start from somewhere than nowhere. And so now there is a law. As much as there hasn't been much done in terms of prosecution within the law, it is still a law in this country. And so when you are found foul of that law, you can be held liable for it, you can go to jail for a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 15. In fact, when you are caught using offensive weapons in the act of vigilantism and then land guard activism, you are looking at up to about 25 years. Then, for those who have political ambitions and then those who are already in politics, when you are convicted using this act, you are barred from contesting public office. And so the sanctions are heavy. We need to move away from, yes, the law is there, the sanctions are there. We need to make them bite. And so I believe that once we can put some of these things in place, then we can be making headways.
Okay. We'll be right back after this break.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
So I want to ask this. I'm not supporting what the doctor said. More like we have the act, but it's not serving a purpose. You are saying that, well, it's good we have to have it, but maybe the implementation needs to be enhanced.
Yes.
Kind of. But let's look at the section 4. You say of the act. It says aiding and abetting of activities of political party, vigilante group. A person shall not directly or indirectly instigate, command, counsel, procure. So all these are just trying to throw light on the fact that if you support, if you instigate, or if you bring up these activities, even as a politician, the law will deal with you.
Yes.
Has that been the case? I think that
so
is
it boils down to
so
the commitment.
All right.
Because if a government is in power and one of its key leading members are found culpable of this law, there's almost always a loophole or a way around the law, either to delay the trial or delay the prosecution.
That is the issue.
You see, it's a function of what it is versus what it ought to be.
Okay.
It is supposed to be like this in the law, but that's far from reality. And in fact, for most laws, when they are passed, you would look at the law as it is in the books and its implementation on the ground. It's supposed to match up and be exactly as it is. But there is some element of discretions that are allowed in the prosecutorial process. And so this particular law was carefully written to rope in everybody so that those who think that they can be a mastermind.
Carefully written, but doctor thinks otherwise.
Yes, I think he
so
will.
many things were not factored into.
Yes, you see, that is the very reason why we have amendment processes.
All right.
You see, in drafting of laws and constitutions and all these, you can't get it perfect.
Okay.
Even our constitution has been amended before, if you're aware. So if the supreme law of the land has even been amended before, then, these laws are enactments that are capable of growth. Even if it is perfect or it appears to be perfect for today, tomorrow new ways of doing political party vigilantes activities and new ways of terrorizing people for their lands and their things will emerge. It could be cyber form, it could be all these forms. And the laws have to grow to match up. And so I believe that once Doc is here and he's part of the commission, we need to see more of the advocacy. We need to see how the commission is putting in place activities, rolling out plans to put the advocacy out there. Because it appears that we only hear about these things on a seasonal basis. So when festivals are approaching, when elections are approaching, then we begin to hear these activities. The laws are there. But why are we not ensuring that these laws are there. Private individuals can file a complaint, file a petition.
Okay.
There are institutions that handle these. And so if we as citizens also want to be involved in the process to ensure that the laws are used or people are prosecuted to the full extent of the law, we must be involved in the process. Like our president says, that we must not be spectators. And so we must be involved in the process. And I believe that it's only when we get involved in the process, increase the advocacy, and then the institutions and authorities that are also involved in amendments of these laws, if they also come in and everybody brings their knowledge and experience on board, then I think we can head somewhere. Right. But then, even with a perfect law, if there's no will to implement, then it is as dead or as useless to a very large extent if we don't even have it. So that's what I think, and that's what I believe about.
I don't know how many people know about this act or this law in place, because it looks like because of let's say unemployment issues, these young men and women are employed into it. I mean, by these politicians, by these big people that go and guard my land, go and without knowing its implication it will have on their future. So what do we have to do to let them know that there is an act in place to make sure that you don't do this? Because once they don't know, I mean, I'm not saying that because they don't know, they will not be prosecuted. Yes. But don't you think people should know or be aware that there are acts or there are laws in place?
Exactly.
And so they have to.
Exactly. It's very good you have brought up this question. And just like you said, ignorance of the law is not an excuse.
Exactly.
And so I'm very happy that we're having this program today. And then this also forms some form of advocacy, and then some form of awareness creation, because there are millions of people that are watching. And so we need everybody to know that if you are being procured, you are being directed, you are being instructed, your mind is being controlled to engage in land guard activities, you should know that when you are caught, you are looking at a minimum of 5 years imprisonment. And so if you will rather go to jail for 5 years, which once you are arrested, and then we can establish that that is what you were doing.
Probably they are thinking that because I belong to a political party or a group, I will not be prosecuted, just like Doctor said.
But there are people in jail. You see, when you go to our jails, it is not only one color party that is in the jail. Exactly. Everybody is there. And so if you want to take that risk, that because you belong to party A or party B, you will go ahead and then do it. Once you are arrested, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Sometimes some of the big fishes get away. Ask yourself, are you a big fish? Do you have clouds enough
to also get away?
To get away with it. And so we need people to know that it is an offense, it's a crime. If you are caught, you go to jail. You cannot contest for any public office for, I think, a minimum of 10 years. And so if you have these intentions, you see, people do not know. Some even think that, oh, once I am caught, we'll go to court and then they'll find a way and I get off. But you have a conviction on your record. Once you have a conviction on your record for specifically this act, it goes a long way to bar you from, partaking fully in the democracy of this country. So that's what I believe.
Okay, but I'll come to you again. Doctor, as a security expert, what do we have to do?
Well, I think what we have to do, just as my colleague panelist said, you see, for me, prevention is usually better than trying to cure, what we have failed to prevent. Some of us have advocated several years, to get a national security policy, document together Fortunately, the national security put it together, you know, so you can imagine since independence, it's just, I think 2 years ago or so, we had a national security policy document put together to serve as a guide. And some of us had to keep pushing till we had it. Now, what needs to be done is to ensure the source of, what do you call it, these firearms. I'm sure if people are not committing crimes, there won't be the need to tighten a certain existing law or even promulgate a law that will, you know, deter people, because then if there is nothing, then there is nothing to deter.
Yeah.
What some of us have pushed for is to get the draft bill, the national, to make the Small Arms Commission become an arms commission.
Okay.
Today, if you Boku is a war zone where you can literally not drive into Boku and come out. And the amount of weapons that are in Boku are not small arms. It says small arms, pump action, AK-47, and some submachine guns. They are using, you know, all manner of weapons. I was there last year or so with the security couples. We went on a tour to Boku. And you can't just drive in there. So what needs to be done is to make sure we have an enactment for the Small Arms Commission today to become a regulator. Because at the moment, when containers arrive at the ports, you don't have, the small arms don't have permission. When I say there's no law backing them to inspect containers, and their specific need would be to identify illicit weapons that are hiding in the containers. And so, or when aircrafts land, usually you have security officers inland boarding the aircraft to inspect and make sure you know, weapons are not hidden in the aircraft before it leaves and the aircraft as it arrives, as it disembarks. Once there's no law permitting the agency to do that, then it becomes difficult. It means that you are literally going to be working on second or third party arrest. And so maybe a customs officer whose work is collecting taxes and all that, he would find a weapon and call, hey, Master, we found a weapon, so come and take it. But probably you would have seen more weapons if you were part of the team that is inspecting. So the law to regulate, you know, what do you call it, importation, manufacturing, storage, as we sit. We don't have a shooting range. We don't have a training facility. So you have the reason why you have a lot of domestic you know, abuse or misuse of firearm is because the guy has gone to literally procure a firearm. He's been licensed, a licensed firearms bearer. If you do, we have a training facility for civilians to go to and be able to train to use firearm or to maintain that firearm. I know of incidents where armed robbers broke into the place. The house owner picks his pump action weapon which he procured 10 years ago, and he's shaking like a fowl. And the armed robbers come in and they take the weapon from him and they slap him too, and they won't even steal and they leave. They won't even rob him again because what they have had is more valuable than going in there to rob him. Because then it takes them a lot, because sometimes they hide these firearms. And so if he comes to your house and he finds them. But if we put in the law, you go to Alabanyo in Konya area, go to Abu Abu, go to other places in the north, in Accra. Those who were, we had the blacksmiths, we have those, typically in every community we had. Today, they are still there. Generations have inherited from great-grandparents. What are they producing? They are no longer producing that the same because the Chinese are producing that the same and bringing them in. So they are producing firearms, but who is regulating it? Artisanship. You cannot stop artisanal firearm production. We can regulate it by putting them in groups and making sure that the firearms you are producing would meet a certain standard. That we should have facilities. So this law, it's taken us over 4 years to draft the law with the help of ECOWAS, the AU, GIZ, the Germans, and European Union have aided us to do it. What is now left is for us to get it passed into law. Fortunately, Government has promised to get it passed into law.
Okay.
We are getting, the Minister of the Interior is going through the process of making sure the control list. We should have the national control list, which helps us to know what we are controlling. So that, I think, very soon might go to cabinet and it will be passed into law. Once all these things are done, which we should have done first, then you can have the preventative laws, like my colleague lawyer said, my colleague, the lawyer said, what's the name? The act is not useless per se. But at the moment, what we need to strengthen that particular law, we don't have it.
Okay.
So you will try and try and try. But once you are not stopping the supply chain,
okay,
you get what I'm trying to say, then the law is inactive. It will be there 25 years, 5 years, this, that. Yes, maybe 1 or 2 people could be prosecuted. But my final words would be to thank yourselves. Let's continue to advocate, or else some countries are becoming banana republics, like we can see in the Sahel. And this issue of security, vigilantism, and all these things are very paramount. This is how Boko Haram and the rest started. And so if we can put in measures to ensure that when we sleep, it's important. And also to help the police do their work. I'm an advocate for the police and security in general. If we can help all the security agencies, i.e. the police leading them, to make sure things are done right, 2024 would pass. Because as we said, there is going to be another by-election, we are told, in the corner. And so the police did well in, what's the name? Kumewu, and they did well in Asin. We want them to do well in 2024, so that the bloodshed we saw in 2020, we don't see it. So that whoever wins, we congratulate you. Whoever loses, we say better luck next time. So this will be my last words, and also thanking you for bringing me onto this program.
Let me also hear from Lawyer Sena. So, as a legal practitioner, I mean, doctor has said so many things. What do we have to do? I mean, do we have to bring civil society organizations? How do we, I mean, draw people's attention to these laws in place so that we,
So I believe that this should have a multifaceted approach. The law, the draft bill that the team is putting together, hopefully to get it passed, is one way to deal with it. But we need to look at the Act, the 999, in a much broader sense.
All right.
Because the Act deals with the vigilantism and land guard activism with the use of offensive weapon as one aspect.
Yes.
And then it also deals with it without the use of offensive weapons, where the macho man syndrome and then cutlasses, machetes, and things are used. So we need to find that distinction.
All right.
And then it also deals separately with those Azorka boys and all those kind of groups that are formed, to intimidate, to cast a slur on elections, carrying of ballot boxes, and then all those things. And so we need a holistic approach. This aspect will deal, this law that is being drafted will deal with the arms aspect of it. The intimidation, the harassment, the physical abuse, the use of machetes and all the others would also be dealt with by the substantive law. And so we need the civil society organizations to also step in to join the advocacy, to let the people know that we have a law that deals with, some of these things. And that those who are not even aware that if you are caught under this law, you can be barred from even contesting any public office. All these people should be in the known. And then again, you who is involved in this whole process can go to jail. Minimum 5 years, 10 years, up to about 25 years if you are caught using arms. And so in the process of regulating the arms aspect, this law will come in handy. All the pieces of laws that are scattered within our body of legislative writings would also come in handy. So as much as we need this law, we would also need an overarching law on the national security, and then all those laws that will help us to implement. So that's what essentially I would say as my last words. The SOEs, the civil society organizations, will have to come in. We all have to play our role. Don't allow yourself to be used
by these political
yes, don't allow yourself to be used, because at the end of the day, their children are studying abroad. They have private medical facilities abroad. When you have your ear cut or your hands cut, we are all going to Kolebu. And I mean, not to say we have some of the finest medical practitioners on the continent at Kolebu, but then don't allow yourself to be used, because you stand a risk of going to jail for up to 25 years. And that's no mean thing.
It's not.
So I think that's where I would rest on this matter.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming to educate us. Do not fall foul to this. If you do, you will be prosecuted, and you spend a minimum of 5 years to a maximum of 25 years in jail. You do not want to go through this for someone's personal gain. Election is just around the corner. Do not go through this for someone's personal gain again. Be advised. This is Legal Agenda, and my name is Matilda Boate Nati.
Kolebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
And it's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm your host, Isaac Dazi, and I'm coming to you from the red carpet of the Praise Achievement Awards 2024. Now, this third edition of the awards came up to celebrate and recognize pioneers and gospel artists in the gospel music industry in Ghana. Now, join me as I bring to you exclusive interviews, looks, and scenes from tonight's event as we celebrate and recognize our favorite gospel artists. It's Isaac Dazi once again, and this is Talkatainment. Stay tuned. And you are still live at the Praise Achievement Awards 2024, and I'm right here with
Stephanie.
Hi Stephanie, how you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, so I don't know what attracted you to this event, first of all.
Okay, so I got this ticket from my uncle, so that's why I'm here.
Is this your first time here?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, what are you expecting?
I'm expecting some good music and then some good awards going to some good people. Yeah.
Okay, give me 3 artists you're most expecting to see.
Well, Jometto has had one already, so I can't mention Jometto anymore. So, who else do I even know? Any good person, I mean, yeah.
Actually, I'm yet to experience the best from this program, so I can't wait.
This one you're shaking there. What about you?
I'm here to get myself wet, dance to the stream, Charlie, so I want the best.
Okay. The way I hear the wet, but it's okay, we'll talk.
Nothing but the best. Yes.
I remember last year, it wasn't an easy event, and I think this time around, we might not know, but my expectation is that I prefer that between Nasi and then Jometto, and then also we have Pesier. I know these 3 people have worked so really short time, so I'm expecting any of them, if he wins the award, it's not with a surprise. I'll be glad and I'll be happy about that.
So what are your expectations for tonight?
My expectation for tonight is huge. My expectation is that we want to see gospel music being lifted to another level. Now, if you look at the decor here, if you look at the decor, the red carpet, the whole area, how it's been painted and how it's been celebrated. I mean, this is what we're expecting for gospel music. Now, when we have people, enterprises and organizations that can be able to do this for the gospel industry, it means that with a strong sponsorship support, gospel music can take to another level. And for me, that's what I represent. And that's all the fight, that's all the talking, and that's all where the exchange is all about. Making sure gospel music rises to the occasion. Gospel music rises to another level so that we can shake the nations. Because Ghana, we have the talent. And for me, trust me, we are here in that number to support.
Okay, speaking of tonight, what are you expecting from tonight?
I mean, here to have fun, first of all. I have 7 nominations. So let's see. We're just here. Last year I had 4 nominations. I didn't get an award. This year 7. I came with a basket, so.
That's it. Okay, so the award shows are coming up. What are you expecting from tonight?
Tonight I'm expecting the best album of the year, video of the year, a bang also song of the year, and a bang also artist of the year, and maybe male artist of the year.
I feel like you don't want to carry out the awards go out.
I for carry my Juma. We are Juma so did Mami did and Pacho. Why?
Have a nice day.
It's not by might, not by power, just by the Holy Ghost. I'm not ashamed to tell the world. Declare it in my life, come on. God even lets me.
Best Christian Blogger of the Year
goes to Mrs. Shishimon.
The best gospel DJ of the year 2024 goes to DJ Bless. Instrumentalist of the year.
And the winner is Stephen Painting.
Christian Radio Program of the Year.
The winner is Sunny TCA Gospel Countdown by Ninoiden.
God is working.
So we make Charlie. Hurry up.
So you make a talk. So I want to say a special thank you.
Christian TV Program of the Year.
And the winner is SMB Morning Show on Pen TV.
1, 2, 3, we go!
Discovery of the Year.
And the winner is Kwekute.
Urban Gospel Song of the Year.
You done feel that vibe? You done feel the vibe like Samba featuring the Lil Afro. Urban Gospel Song of the Year.
Urban Gospel Artist of the Year.
Let's present the Urban Gospel Artist of the Year. And the winner is Scott Evans.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on, make some noise for
New Artist of the Year.
And the winner is Queen Daniel.
So 1 down, 5 more to go.
I don't know. Did you expect this?
This particular one, no. I mean, these things, I get nominations a lot, across schemes. So I just go with an open mind. Like I would always say, we're not doing this for the awards, but when you get the recognition, it kind of gives you some sort of boost to keep doing what you're doing because people are enjoying it. And I think the joy of this was the moment the nomination list was played on the screen, people just started screaming, Queen Darling, Queen Darling. So I'm like, okay.
But then what do you think this means for your career moving forward?
It's a blessing, and I'm thankful for it. We're going to keep working. We're going to keep serving God. We're going to keep pushing the gospel. My life is totally dedicated to pushing the gospel and for the kingdom. So we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. And I want to say a big thank you to everyone who supported us and gotten us here and everyone who voted. God bless you.
Okay, so for the Christian Television Presenter of the Year, our winner is Mefia Benji.
Of the group of the year, and it goes to Embrace and
Praise Artist of the Year.
And the winner is Minister Shadrach
The winner for tonight's Worship Artist of the Year, Joe Letter. Songwriter of the Year.
The winner is The Sun Will Shine by the soprano. Okay. Congratulations.
Well, it's also a place of worship. I mean, it's an awards event, but I mean, gospel musicians coming together, definitely there'll be worship, you know, to praise our Maker and then magnify His name. So it's really to have a moment with God, mainly, and then, of course, the awards. Yeah. Well, I think it's something that is going to promote excellence. I mean, it's not really about the awards, but it's a way of motivating, you know, the industry to do well. That God deserves the best. I always say that God is a God of excellence, and so anything you do in His name should be excellent. So I think it's their own small way of trying to encourage those of us in the industry to put in our best foot.
Artist of the Year Africa is Mercy Jewel, Nigeria. Best Gospel Song Africa, Big God by Tim Godfrey. Diaspora, Basil Blackman of the US.
And the artist of the year goes to Nasi!
We are finally at the climax of the Praise Achievement Awards 2024, and I'm here with the big winner himself, Nasi, with just 5 awards, including the most coveted awards, Song of the Year. How does it feel?
It feels good, but you know, if you work hard and your hard work is rewarded, I mean, you feel good. So I'm honored also. I'm honored for everybody that, I mean, voted for us. Yeah, I'm happy.
Like, what was this that made Aseda so special? That it was like everywhere. Even up to now, if I hear the song, it still causes that feeling. What was it that made it so special?
Aseda is it's like a personal story for everybody, because immediately you hear the song, the lyrics, like it's more like as if it's your story that I'm singing. And I know God brought that song for a particular reason, and it's my own personal story. So definitely everyone that hears the song can relate to that, because we all have been through, and as a Christian, that's why we tell our testimony. I mean, all the time we share our testimony for people to also know what God is doing in our lives. So as that is, it's the lyrics. It's the lyrics, yeah.
Okay, and what does this mean for your career moving forward? I mean, Aseda is not just the last. More are coming. What does this mean for you, boy?
I feel this is just the beginning of everything, and I need to work more. I need to work harder, and also, if you are given this kind of sword, it's like you are on the battlefield. So you are leading millions of soldiers to, you know, go to the battlefield and then win the war. So we'll go and then win the war. We'll continue to sing our song, our warfare songs, and then make sure we win souls for Christ. So now the mantle has been handed over to me. So I'll do my best to lead my people.
And lastly, the gospel music industry in general. What does it mean for the future of the gospel music industry? Basically, the awards, your wins, and everybody else who came. What does this mean for them?
It means a lot, because it's despite we are doing God's work. If your name is also mentioned and you are being rewarded for the work that you are doing, it pushes you to do more. But I think most of the things that we need more is not only the plaques or the awards. We need financial support. Even the organizers of this event, they need more financial support. We call for corporate bodies to come on board to support us and then help us. When we go to them for sponsorship, they should help. They should give us every need that we will need, so that the little that they can give us will push us to go far. So we need a lot of financial support. So I would say Praise Achievement Awards means a lot to gospel industry, the fraternity. So we praise to them. We thank them for doing what they are doing for us. Praise be to them.
So hopefully we're going to see you next year.
Of course. Of course.
Thank you. Have a nice day, sir.
And also don't forget that this year is the year of our election. So please, each and every one that is going out there to vote, please be careful. Don't go and then create any issue with you and anybody. Just go and vote, cast your vote peacefully, and come back home peacefully. Make sure the next 2 years or 3 years, we'll meet again and then continue to propagate the gospel.
And finally, we have come to an end to the 3rd edition of the Praise Achievement Awards 2024. As many people expected, it was a night of fun, a night of blessings, a night of power, and a night of winners. Congratulations to all the winners and nominees, especially our big winner of the night, Nasi, who went on with the Most Coveted Artist of the Year award. This has been Talk Entertainment, and I've been your host, Isaac Dazi. And so once again, I'll see you again.
I've always been saying that nobody should lose the strand of the hair because of an election. Let us all commit ourselves that we have only one Ghana. So anything that we can do to maintain the peace that we are in. Because if we lose the peace, you can't do anything, no matter the type of work that you do. So if you know somebody who is trying to do something untoward, call the person attention that it doesn't help. Don't support people to do what's wrong. And we should love Ghana more than our political parties. So we should put Ghana ahead of our political parties. And when we do that, we'll have very peaceful election. So the election will come and go and we'll still be Ghana.
We, as the president of the Ghana Journalists Association, it is our utmost responsibility to protect the institution of state. And that is what we are doing. We are preaching peace before, during election. We're also encouraging our people to be very circumspect in the discharge of their duty, and also make sure that they are guided by the ethics of the profession. We shouldn't avail our platform to be used for hate speech and to incite tension. I've been encouraging. We start preparing ourselves by training our people ahead of the election, especially in the area of fact-checking and also debunking misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, also news. So we hope and pray that with God on our side, we shall cross these stacks. We will do everything possible to jealously guard the peace we are enjoying in this country. Ghana is the only peaceful country within the sub-region, and we must be proud of that. We will do everything. We are going to make sure that we join hands with all key stakeholders, including but not limited to the Electoral Commission, political parties or actors, and everyone who matter, to ensure that this election come peaceful and Ghana will remain the peaceful and the enviable country in Africa.
What I would tell Ghanaians is that it's still the usual elections that we've always been having. It should certainly be peaceful. I don't envisage any some mayhem or anticipating mayhem. No, it's just go to your police station, go and vote, and go home and just get some fufu and eat, and don't disturb any other person. Except you don't have anything to lose. For some of us, we have a lot to lose. We have families. We just want to push the academic journey. So once there's anything, it's going to affect us. So we stay blessed.
With peace, we can do everything. Without peace, we cannot live. We can't go about our daily activities. So I entreat every Ghanaian to embrace peace. I stand for peace, and I want you to demonstrate peace in whatever you do before, during, and after the December 7th election. I stand for peace.
I had the opportunity to visit Freetown in Sierra Leone. I visited the amputees camp. I saw the results of war, and I also had the privilege to have an area view of the devastation that the war had caused to that country. It's the reason I will always stand for peace, and I invite you to also stand for peace.
About 20 days, Nancy, and then 3 days, they won't say US for to Amabano. I'm going to Amaba peacefully, giddy BNC. It's a youth, no Kotuaba, go and conquer Yegidi and conquer for ballot paper. ballot box bi akoto aba drew 6 na bi ya be kan wa akugina wa kan say omu fi say ye wi obi a ye wo polling agents for ho omu na ombe intercept enya wo individual na bo akwa ma politician bi a wu a we kwa obi ni obe celebrate wo wu ne ho it obi ankoto na ba peacefully
abatu ni ya pasungwe na Ghana ya tena asungwe musa abedu ante ya mpese ya bese asungwe no enti nebe yense party for no ya pa mucho se obi na awini a omumfa manu boko se nipa ni so anwini a ma omumfa ye ntokwa nti ga wo asungwe a wo ade nyina nti neme neme kan se ya pa asungwe
abato ne de asungwe ne ye pe okọ na se NDC na akoto amano MPP na akoto amano okọ box no ma nkwa na unya mentem asem ti me de me imagine say baya o de okọ na akogina polling box no ma wa agent una nim ne okọ akoto amano enti ehun hia so beko kogina ho se okoto wi a entokwa na we watimi wakame e ka me nkwa de ka sundue ne de ehwehwe tu de eba de uwura box no una nim nipa okọ akoto amano otuma ne wi a o de hoja ho na akoba bi a ofiri bae tenkwa ne asundue ene de epe oh my Ghana man
about one day I agent send you be ya what ko to aba ne send you be ya dachi we abrabo be si yi san ye to nye sento kwa sema na bibia o se odu ani obi ade na ni tu form na hwe ba bia dachi e be boa no na sitrem ni ade ti ni we dem nyam smith ma kan no nye ntokwa anya hwe wotu aba bia bokọ wa kofia kwa tipe oba bia tena kusi chama ye be declare
about one day me nto aba me kwa ne ko bia kra nto no go make a bra o man na tim no se ko for Yesu Kristo kra ba di o ma we so a ni pa ebe polutu na adwen nti mo mbato ne me de wotu yero kwa ko se ofie no wada de be wini bi o wini because ma wini a over him mrew ba mi aso wini over him mrew nti wotu wi a na kwa kan bo bi ko tu ani e man ko nya asem de be ka cha mo ano no
obi anu ni o ko to ma no on za ze nti se me ko to ma we a do be wini su ni do be wini ne do su ni do be su nti se mi do so anu ko se man ha me se ma do su makoko kwa ana ma kire me nkofo se ma lusu na o ma wi ami ntino mo fa kire na me koye ne ma bia e kwata nta bato de uruso wa lusu wi wa wi ni ana abato tie
The terrible performance of the Black Stars have raised concerns about the state of football in Ghana. Others are calling for the Ghana Football Association, led by Kurt Okreku, to be dissolved for new individuals to take over the FA. We are here in Medina to find out from some Ghanaians what they make of whether President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo should step in and dissolve the GFA, which has a lot of repercussions on Ghana football, or allow the GFA to continue doing its work as usual. I have with me here Owusu and Charles, who are here to share their grievances and what they make of the issue with us. Mr. Owusu, we share Ghana football. I see Akufo-Addo ombramu na ongu GFA no, and I say Oma no enye omujuma.
Okay, me that's it. No cry ba kope. Se no ontumi mam. Obamu ehu hia. Ohu abra ye call normalization no. Na wo senka omudi new constitution ne ba no. Yemu bebre ni e kase. Omo sisa constitution is constitution no na football people no nyom football. Ni enya neutral body. Omo bera ni ye football no. Anka problem yi nyina e ma. Bebre kan ka omo antie no mu jai ma wo mo. Sese mu yi FA free ho a nipa bi obebe bia no business na omo de football ne ye no. Ono so de eba be ye bi until say ye benya chance bi e be sesa omo constitution no. Ni clear say football people no omo de football ne ye business no. Omo kwara ni omo football. Na ye pe neutral body a omo be like FIFA president ni executives no omu ni clubs omu no era ni ball no enti kwate wo club na omu form regulations no bi amount na fara no be no the business o wo de be dan a e de wa na wo ye wade say you adopt this system no Ghana enye ye nanado ontumi nye agi say be a next president obeba no because chance onu nya ya na o se ko de yes ade ni maye no wanyo bu nani go so eti ye no de out eti see asesa this FA no de me feel say ye nya on instant constitution ni mom any system no eno na bebo ayen eno amade a Ghana will be doomed forever.
Ghana will be doomed forever. This India says that President Nana Akufo-Addo stepping in to dissolve the GFA is unnecessary at this moment. However, the GFA statutes and then the constitution that governs them should be amended so that the term for the president and the administration will be limited. Let me also find out from you, Charles. Jane was saying GFA no President Akufo-Addo mbra no ombegu no anase yema omuye omudwuma. Wo hwe se de football no ekọ Ghana.
Okay. Omugu na me de nka ebe me de. Sisi aro yehu se blaster no unhu se local se foreign buckets for you I say you buckets for ni nyina if you answer ne ye chicha ne foforo eba ma blaster na ye den agina but ye kan omuntie obeka omuntie so da bia buckets ba no mo bonnet ro kan yesu ye sika ya na ye ri ti omuka ye ti mo ska kese omo ba so ma ehwe omo ba mo se pechinye so mo kom kro mo omutim ko bo ehye ani ti na yo mo eyo ti akoma dodo wo nti omugu na me dem hu se ebe boy in Ghana for me dan say
watch try Akufo-Addo oma onyankukuduro no ngu GFA
oh se si ade Akufo-Addo to me no me ntimi hu se ono obetimi agu na ma na ye dia anka ogu na anka me de nka be yi ama me yeah.
This man also fully supports the idea of President Akufo-Addo dissolving the GFA. He believes that with the current state of the Black Stars, it will help the team going forward if the GFA is dissolved for new individuals to take over. So we are looking at the current state of Ghana football. Black Stars failed to qualify for the AFCON for the first time in 20 years. Other national teams have been underperforming. There have been calls for President Akufo-Addo to step in and dissolve the GFA. Do you support the cause?
Thank you very much. My name is Anuma Prince, and you know, Ghana football has now turned to something else that we cannot tell. But the few things I would say is the politicization of the football has caused us what we are seeing today. So if politics will be out of our Ghana football, I think the days ahead and the years ahead, we will see good things coming to pass. So the next government who is coming, already Nana Akufo-Addo's government has come to an end. We have only few days to election. So he stepping in now will not solve any problem. But the subsequent government who is on the way coming must make sure that politics be out of football and a GFA stand on its own. So looking at even Asamoah view of getting players from all regions, that is the best way to go. There are many players in Ghana who are dying out of, how will I say it, out of their talent. But all these things has to be put in play, whereby we get them from wherever they are in all the regions. Then we bring them, then we get them from the regions, and we put them at the appropriate place for them to do the best work for the nation. We have players, Ghana has players, and we can go far. We have seen it before. So I think the best thing is to remove the politics out of football and make football stand on its own. If you are qualified to play, they bring you in, not who you know. Who you know is what is killing this country now. So I think now we have to start rising and think of how to strategize things for the GFA to move ahead. Thank you very much.
So, either Akufo-Addo and next government dissolving GFA is not a good idea.
You see, dissolving the GFA wouldn't solve the problem. That's what I'm saying. The problem is, are we getting the qualified players to be on the pitch? And when they are on the pitch, are we allowing them to have their free mind to play? So all these things are some of the things that we have to look into. So the better they start looking into what is the cause and how to move forward, then I think we'll still continue to stand at one place. Because you can dissolve and you form another team. If they are doing the same thing that GFA is doing, they know that we are rather moving backward. So the best thing is for them to look at the issues underground and get the issues and work on it rather. That will rather best help the team and the country?
First of all, this our GFA. You know, they have made the FA. They have made it a market center. You understand me? They are doing their own businesses over there. So for me, I hope the president should intervene, should dissolve all the, or even FIFA should ban us like 2 years. We should go off then we should restart. We should reset our because but if it go this way that we are in, we won't get results. Even from our national team to our under 70s, no.
So are you not worried if FIFA bans us and all the consequences?
Because it's better for FIFA to ban us. For us to go like 2 years, then we will do what? We will restructure our FA and our football in Ghana. So when maybe if President Akufo-Addo came, maybe who is the next president? Who is contesting?
Any of them who wins.
Who wins, Mahama or Baumia? When they come, we should dissolve it. Or FIFA should ban us like 2 years. Because when we go, it's a disgrace for us. When we go to any tournament, it's a disgrace for Ghana. So it's better for us to go like 2 years. After that, then we will get results.
So Ketekroku's GFA apologized to Ghanaians for the performance of the national team. Is that not enough for you to give them an opportunity?
No. It's okay. What they have done is okay. We have seen their work. So for now, it's okay. You understand? It's okay. They should pack their things and go so that you see a new, because this is Ghana we are talking about. We are talking about Ghana. And Ghana, everybody knows Ghana as a football nation. Why now? Everything is corrupt. So that's my opinion.
You share said the normal call Ghana Black Stars now. You qualified for AFCON for the first time in 20 years. You share said GFA so and I share Black Stars who do media. And you know, a man forcing Akufo-Addo and for the 19th film now kungu GFA now come from Black. O support ya na say why didn't you say?
Oh, me support because o mine no na ye ni mu ego ase. Ena who say president na wote so no. Say bibia anko ya wo na so awoso. Say blaster pa etimi bobol. Na that day no kra mo bobol no nye TV ho a me ko gina ka me kra na me so mo bobol. First blaster bobol abon say flag bobol amafo ti flag bobol amafo ka ho. Ye say kra ni ye kra ye de ewo krom. Ba we no aye say bibia ye mfa ho biem. Blaster ni de ogu no ono akasa de na si form eji mpanimfo mbetime di animu a say blaster na akoye say politics. We person wo ye captain, we person wo ye captain, we person wo fajes we person wo fajes we. Ehun say enye family bi dia, eye o man ni nyina na ye dia. Enti say obi ewo mu a o person ye ya, ene fam no twa no because ebi wo we afa, ebi so we afa. Enti me nka say ye yi we ye floor na ye de we aye dey aba. Ye ngu no onye de wonte Black Star no foforo. Ene be boa ye. GFA no ongu no kola. Wo de ongu no na ye fa na say afa na ye pese ye te Black Star foforo. No onye bibia kama so de be ya be ma Black Star ye su akọ en nye sa de a de besi a na besi because politics na aba eyinim obi we wo we afa we so we afa. Wangu ni dia enya de say Black Star be ye bi.
This man fully supports the idea of President Akufo-Addo dissolving the Black Stars. He believes that the politicization in the Black Stars team with regards to which player captains the team and then the player selection as well is something that negatively impacts the team. Hence, he's calling on President Akufo-Addo to dissolve the GFA. And if that is done, it could help revive the fortunes of the Black Stars.
Say Black Star first year camp Black Star pandia. First, what is a Ghana be bobo crano when ya jikeke. We need to meet Jia or baby crown to me because of your say blaster be bobo. But she said, yeah, to me say blaster will be all bia. Ama yenina ya drink wine tiasie. Nti me opinion is anka Akufo-Addo good GFA na kaya forming for front ya who said ya be ya ebetime gyina ne dada mu bio because he say the blaster there yehu de ekọ blaster there nye he say the ase kra.
So this man is also in support of the idea of President Akufo-Addo dissolving the GFA. He believes that the euphoria around the Black Stars when they are playing matches have gone completely, and also other things that make Ghanaians exciting are no more. Hence the disappointments and other things related to the team also makes him believe that Akufo-Addo dissolving the GFA will be the best way to resolve the challenges that Black Stars are facing. It's a share Black Stars, the Elkwini other national teams now. In fact, normal and Koyesia and Afensu Nebisa said President Akufo-Addo Ombremu no good GFA no near starting Bibia for.
Oh, David. Yeah, team good. Akufo-Addo team good team because I hear team in our say. Team in say self-interest among for one amount team and coining. Among for self-interest, enter my team and coining. Niger, national team of Niger, 99 players or Mufrigana. Even Medina here, your keeper Bakwa Ochman Niger or from Medina. Now Ghana or Muyania and ye. But self-interest, so one person Ghana blast engineer, master, Omuya justify. Full 1 month, or be a person of bomb blaster no. One chat tick on Flabro, justified for 1 year, 1 month. Then choose to say we are correct. But bomb blaster. But Obi or our masker, the Busa home penny for no Marco Penanaba. Naki William, me was like our Medina or Bubbles was Shagos chain Naki Williams. But because of Niska, Obama penny for be Omu Faumu, the Omu Mukura, Uko village be brave, Ubu talent, Omu go. Omubo, but because of Omuninska, my penny for no, Obian Fano.
And now, sir, in 17 Obinum say GF for no so cause Oberbornia Dane almost so can be any ever from into Ibiza say a Kufa Dungu GF and now this was a Yanjawam.
Wow. Sabi a bibi, who are Jumamwa, who the amount for Shimwa. So, Opa said Juman Kuya, and say one Casa nip tambia, who check Juma or Muyano. Because one check Obia Juma or ya. Ejman we there would ever say because building financial building one more be on your foundation now. Once we see now. One question foundation no to baby. E say we see fie ma wa ultima if we gu na be gu so. Ko share materials how do gu ase no start your foundation no say. Some material be boa o da cha na say mboa o. 2003 2022 na mi on Niger na mi call Libya. Ghanaians are moving Ghana, Niger, that are justify, or players. Nipa are moving Ghana, or national team is more than 200. It's a national team, Niger. Teams on Niger, 99 players in Ghanaians. Adentia, Uko Togo, the same thing, Uko Burkina, the same thing. Because when we say what talent, but Nukura one man chance, Obetu Akobi Krum, Akonya chance, no about. Mother, the Ben say before ever Bob team, the anti time, we justify the fair over the 30 players and now 50 players, we justify. Sim for Nante Chikoya, one will say my fair be our justify. Self-interest. The best thing you have to use force. Who the Juma show been similar? Force no the right thing.
There is this case, you are forced for 5 years or maybe you are forced for some
government in Kasano, one is serious, and go serious or fight say Obisi, Muyaba and so be any you and I are Pamono. Sim for a pound Pakun Kura, the Pamunu Krano, we're better Quachemo. And to now a day of this will be a cat on Pamomu. Open Beccacho say Pamomu. The whole Pamunu Nukura, that's what the mouth, ocean in the background, in civics. Where you 2 okra is better than the Umubai. Can't you mean a Becca Pamunu? David. Yes, we don't tell who the risk amount. Who say investment of the and cost wa massa, Muntumi Edgeman, Mu package manu, no funny Pafro. And say, I can say, dissolve team, David. Intim catch government on dissolve one. Because one day or Moody check by no Sunny, GFA penny phoning in a massa percent Massa Jai. And then Muka say, People for mum pen or mum pentaquano. The same thing ko happy and Musi Suleman Trabo will be also no. Because we can cry also win yet. The same to Mupamu player of Germany, my friend saying. Kerry Pumbuati, the same thing. Only Suleman Tire, also Moko Kasati, or Makano Kurenti, Yapama African. Because I've been sorry Casa fight Mamu, or Ghana. Then I've been sorry fight Mamu. Obiatio, and come sorry fighting Mamu, and come on the reason why I guess no Muyasa. Obian sorry Bissau say, I didn't know Muyasa, I didn't find their number no Mumbra, I didn't have Pamu, send Okano Pamu. Obian Fromu, I've almost apologize. I apologize more because
Okay. So this man is highly disappointed in the in the government, especially for how he has handled the affairs of the Ghana football and the Black Stars as well. He has been in Niger before. He knows how Ghanaian talent or young players have gone to Niger to play in their various teams, especially the club teams, and they are not able, because they were not able to get the opportunity here in Ghana. And so he believes that it is long overdue for the government to sit aloof and watch the GFA continue to do things that don't yield positive results for the Black Stars. In court, he supports the calls for Akufo-Addo to dissolve the GFA. And here in Medina, we engage some residents on what they make. Majority of them support the idea of President Akufo-Addo dissolving the GFA, whilst others believe that we should allow them to continue and rather focus on how the Black Stars team and other national teams could be restructured in the appropriate manner. Reporting for GhanaWeb Sports, Benjamin Saki.
GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the Organ Donation Legislation 2007. Ghana Police Service.
The sad reality that today our democracy as a country is threatened.
Words of affirmation or love language comes to edge us.
When this bill is passed, more lives will be saved, and the financial
Last time for almost to say only pa waji schedule. Oya dia one day o me use actually. On fan ko du on fan ko wie pa da. Say dey maybe as mo jan obo penalty money bo po no. Since that day last time for there be. Udi agro. Now am open for kra won by force on Ogumase. Coach ni there, udi so coach na nkasa oni ono nkasa oni angije onimu. Ohwe ni TV so no kasa kra udi so onye confident. Onye nipa maintain of the ba onye nipa confidence bi ewo ni mu because the way obesi akasa the way obesi as a bema pa wo gina so ni trimu a obotinu sakola ba hu ni echo so ya bema ba ni mu no o to sini bebre o to ni confidence bi a wo ni mu coach na tell you something oh man pa ne ba bi ntan na onko ro na yire ma anko di odo.
Hello there. You can see I'm in a very green area and the air here is quite different. I have a very interesting guest. This guest is someone we've been speaking with for some weeks now. She just came back from Russia. It's going to be the first interview I'm having with anyone from that far off anywhere in the world. And she's going to tell us her story. My name is Echi Atisu. I welcome you once again to this program. Hello, Dr. Paulina.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
And we get to finally meet.
Yes.
After how many weeks we've been talking and all that?
3 weeks, I think.
Yeah, it's been long.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
You came back just a few days ago and already we've dragged you out here for this
Exactly.
interview.
Yes, please.
How's Russia, by the way?
Russia is fine, cool. Yes.
Is the war still on?
Yeah, it's kind of going on a little, but
It didn't affect you any?
Not really. Not
Okay,
really.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the reason we're having this conversation with you is because GhanaWeb had done a story about you when you got your Red Diploma, which is something we'll talk about much later in the interview. But then you reached out,
Okay.
which a lot of people don't do, and we decided why not. So we want to hear your story, and I want to begin from home. You are back home now. I want to know you a little bit. Who is Dr. Paulina Dente?
Okay, Dr. Pauline. My name is Dr. Paulina Dente. Is a recent graduate from the Yaroslav Medical School in Russia, Novgorod State. Is based in Novgorod, and also a health advocate and a CEO of Remedy Foundation.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm sure we'll talk about that more
Yes.
when we start our interview. Yeah.
So that's you in a bit. What kind of family did you grow up with? What kind of family?
From a Christian home.
Okay.
Yeah, very, very disciplined. Yes. And
The military kind?
not really, but very disciplined.
Okay.
And then from a humble home, a very prayerful family as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I see. And then along the way, you decided to japa.
Yes.
And you went all the way to Russia. What was the decision? What informed that decision to move from Ghana all the way to Russia? Why there were not people here to train you?
Okay, thank you so much for this question. First of all, I've always wanted to become a medical doctor. So having that passion or the dream of becoming a medical doctor, and not just any kind of a medical doctor, I wanted to be a doctor that will help solve most problems that the world faces. So Russia is known to be one of the countries that are very good at some of this solving problems in terms of medical aspect or our health aspect. For example, we know that during the COVID-19, Russia was the first country to discover the vaccine for the COVID-19. And recently, they have been able to, or they are about to discover also, no, I think they've discovered the vaccine for cancer, which we know that cancer is a sickness that most people face across the world. And once you get it, you know that you're at your end points. But this is a country that is able to discover this, and I've always had a dream to be part of such countries to also learn and then impact it into other people in helping health problems.
That means it's about the groundbreaking acumen of Russia that got you there. But before you left, which schools did you go to in Ghana?
So I went to Methodist Girls Senior High School, Manfi Methodist Girls Senior High School.
The famous one for robotics,
yes.
Right? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I went there, and then from there, I went straight to Russia to do my medicine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that means that when you left senior high school, you went to Russia.
Yes.
Was it on a scholarship?
Yes, I was on a scholarship.
Okay.
So I went to Russia on a scholarship.
Okay. And you were there for how many years?
For 7 years.
7 years?
Yes.
Doctor. That's how long it takes to become a doctor.
Exactly.
Very interesting. But tell me your first experiences when you got to Russia. What were some of the experiences leaving your home Ghana after so long, getting into a new country like Russia?
Okay, so it was not easy when I got to Russia because first of all, we know that in Russia, they speak more of the Russian language. They don't speak English, or most of their cities don't have English.
Okay.
Even the cities that you can hear people speak English, Moscow, is just few people. So one was a language barrier, and two was also the weather. Russia is known to be one of the coldest countries.
Yeah.
We go to the extent of -31. Sometimes you have to even double wear your trousers and a whole lot of stuff. So it was not easy at all. So those were some of the challenges. And also Russians are known, they are nice people, very cool people. But getting to a country where you can't speak a language for the first time, you're not coming to start studying with the foundation, that's the foundation, language foundation, is very difficult. So Those were the early challenges.
And which is an interesting aspect of your entire story, because
exactly.
you were able to surmount all of those things to the point where you were perhaps one of the most sought after persons and immigrants of the sort in that country. And I want you to just carry us along that journey. At what point did you break through the barrier of not being able to speak the language and then actually mastering it? Tell us that story.
So when I go to Russia, as I already said, the language is one of the biggest problems from the beginning for me. And I started with the language foundation, which we studied for 1 year. So during the language foundation, I put in my efforts. I studied very hard. And I started catching up with the language. But it was not all that much. I was able to say the basic stuff like good morning, good afternoon. And
how do you say that in Russian?
Good morning is Dobrai Utra.
Okay, Dobrai Utra.
Okay. And good afternoon is Dobrai Din.
Dobrai Din.
Din, yeah. Okay. And good evening is Dobrai Vitra.
Okay, so the Dobrai is good?
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Okay, I'm learning something. All right.
So after the language school, before, we took an exam. It's after you pass this language, the language, that you'll be able to start your medicine in the language. So I passed the language very well, whatever subjects that were involved. I remember one of the subjects I was the highest in the whole language foundation. Yes, I topped the whole language foundation there.
And this was you, an African?
Yes.
Were there other Africans like you?
Please.
Okay.
So with the language foundation, we are all Africans.
Okay.
Yeah. So we can talk about people from Morocco, Cote d'Ivoire, Gabon, Congo, and so on.
But you didn't have anyone else from Ghana?
We had a lot of other students from Ghana.
Right.
Yes.
At least you got some people who were familiar with you to speak with. Okay. All right. And you topped that course.
Yes. So the language school was successful. Then I started the medical school.
Okay.
So another thing was when I got to Russia, from our seniors who are already there, I was told it's impossible for foreigners to get this Red Diploma, which I think we'll be talking more when we start our interview. So I told myself, no. I'm that kind of person that likes challenges a lot. I told myself, no. I think there is nothing which is impossible. Everything is possible based on the individual. So I put in more effort to study, and then during the first year it was very challenging, because first year now we mixed with the Russians.
And that's where they test for the language.
Exactly. It's already their language. We are borrowing it from them. So the lecturers come to the lecturing halls. They will lecture you in Russian language. You have to write your notes in Russian language. Assignments and other things are being given in Russian language. So it was difficult, but I managed. Sometimes I asked some few help from my Russian classmates and so on. So after the first year, I realized that I started getting most of the grades, which is 5, which is equivalent to A or A+ in Ghana. I started getting all the A's, and I told myself, no, I think with my starting, if I put in more efforts, something good will come out of it. And my mind and my target was already, I wanted to feel what is this red, and why is it impossible for foreigners to get a red? So as time goes on, my second year to more effort, and the marks started coming. So that was how come.
Let me take you back a little.
Okay.
Where was the interest to do medicine? Is it just like you mentioned, you wanted to be a part of groundbreaking things, or what was it? Why medicine?
Okay, so growing up as a kid, I've always had a passion to help people.
Okay.
So through that, I decided that, okay, I want to do medicine. And also, I think a family member of mine went to the hospital, and because of how sometimes they are being treated, I just have that passion that no, somebody don't have to be my family member or a friend to be treated well in terms of medical care. I would like to be that person that will be help to everyone, would like to help everyone. So that was where the passion came. Yeah. So even when I go to Russia, when I see an old woman trying to climb or something, or struggling with a luggage, I always want to help. I'm that kind of person that always wants to help. That was where I got that passion of. And you know, medicine is a service to mankind,
Yes.
helping and you know treating people. That's why.
I see.
Yeah.
Now you scale first year.
Okay.
Second year, you're great at doing a little better and all of that. What are some of the highlights of your entire training in Russia? Because I know along the training, you had to deal with the usual Ukraine war and also COVID.
Okay.
How did any of those things impact you? And I want to hear some of the highlights, the major highlights that happened during your training.
During the training, one of the things I could say, it was okay, but immediately the war started, there was a lot of panics, especially from home. Family members are seeing a whole lot going on the TVs and other social medias, and so those were the major challenges. And also during the COVID-19, we're not able to go to the hospitals as we used to go when the COVID wasn't.
At that point, which year were you in?
Okay, so during the COVID-19, I was in my second year.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, still had a long way to go.
Exactly. So if it came to a time where we're told that maybe a time will come that we'll be evacuated back to our country, and I asked myself, so the language school plus my second year, meaning that I'm already done with 3 years, or I'm halfway 3 years, so I might train 3 years away and coming back to Ghana. So those were the early challenges, but most online classes were done. We're taking online classes. I put in all the effort as well. Just stayed focused, and I didn't allow any other thing to distract me, especially family members calling, they want you to come home, is everything okay, and so on. So I think it was after that the war started. The war wasn't in when I was, the war started, I think somewhere when I got to my 4th year, I finished early 3rd year, getting to 4th year. That was when the war also started.
So like 2 years after COVID?
Yes,
the war
exactly. And with the war, a lot of things happened. Challenges like they've closed all borders. You can't get access to maybe other things that you need from home. Even you can't get access to some of the online we shop books, libraries where we read, because there are lots of sanctions, and even foods that we are used to like McDonald's and other things were all closed.
That means that your studies were limited at a point. You mentioned books that you were not getting.
Yes.
So how were you learning?
Okay, so we're just using Made in Russia.
Made in Russia?
Yeah.
What's that?
Made in Russia basically means if I couldn't get access to maybe some online books like English to get them more understanding from there, I just read the books that were given to us in the library from the medical school, which is in Russian language. And we do the medicine in Russian language, so we study in Russian language. Most of these books are already in our libraries. So
wow.
I just use that to keep on going. Yes, please.
I see. So now you've been able to get to the point where you are able to read.
Yes.
Very well.
Yes, please.
To the extent that you don't even have to depend on external literature.
At all. So I just take my Russian. From the beginning, I translate, because when you read the language, you need the understanding. You have to read and then translate it back into English to understand.
Okay.
But it got to a time, I just pick the Russian textbooks or whatever material it says, and I read and I get all the understanding from it.
So now there was no need for you to even read English material?
At all.
Is that what shot you into full-scale learning to get this Red Diploma?
Yes, please.
What is the Red Diploma, by the way?
Okay, so a Red Diploma, we call it diploma in Russia.
Okay.
Okay, so a Red Diploma is a certificate awarded to best students.
The best students overall?
No, like best students.
Okay, all the best students.
Yes, so to be able to get this Red Diploma, one, you don't need to have a satisfactory mark grade. That is one. Two, you are supposed to be able to, do other research for the university, being maybe going for competitions. We call it Olympiads, Olympiada in Russian language, and so on. And also, it's also given to students who have attained maybe all A's in their academics, meaning that from the first year of the medical school to that of the final year, you have all A's.
Okay.
Yes. It's either an A or A+. Yes, please. So that is, and also the GPA of this, to be able to get a red diploma in relation to GPA, it should be from 4.75 above out of 5 years before you can get
and
this.
what was your GPA?
Oh, I was supposed to tell people out there. My GPA was 4.8, which is approximately 5. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes, please.
And that made you the first African?
Yes, please. African. Meaning that not only a female, not only a Ghanaian, but all the Africans in the medical school. I'm the first black African. Yeah.
And that's actually my guess. That's Dr. Paulina Dente. First black person to get a red diploma from Russia. Well, the conversation will continue. When we come back from this break, we'll take a sit down and then we'll get more into her story. Don't go anywhere. My name is Echi Atisu. My guest is Dr. Paulina Dente. Dr. Paulina. So now you are the first black person to ever get this red diploma. How did you feel about that recognition?
I felt so fulfilled.
Okay.
Because I made a promise to myself.
All right.
That I like challenges. So taking certain risks, I feel I think at the end of it there should be a result. So I felt so fulfilled that I was able to achieve what I set my mind towards.
Did you get calls from home, your parents?
Yes.
What
please.
did they tell you?
Not only parents, even my colleagues, the Russians.
Okay.
They were so impressed because they've studied with other blacks too, and they know how it's very difficult with the foreigners in terms of doing medicine in Russian language. So everybody was just happy for me.
I see.
All my professors were so proud. Yes. They had to call me to take pictures with them everywhere.
That's nice.
Yes.
Then that means you must have been doing something very different, unique, something that excited your professors.
Yes,
what
please.
What was it about your time in school that excited them so much that, because you could have just gotten this recognition without, why were they so excited for you?
So the excitement was the fact that I was very hardworking.
Okay.
And in terms of towards my studies, and also I became a teaching assistant for the same medical school I studied in, which is the Yaroslav the Wise Novgorod State University.
Well, so while you were in school studying as a student, you were also
a teaching assistant in the same medical school.
And you were teaching in Russian?
No, I was teaching in English.
Okay.
Okay, so
but you needed to understand Russian to be able to teach.
Exactly, and I was doing translation for the school as well for some of the departments. So
you translated from what to what?
I translate from Russian language to English.
The Russian got really good.
Yes. And I have to sit down and draft.
Okay.
Because some translation from Russian language to English doesn't give you that correct words in terms of the English language.
So structure and everything would have to change.
To be able to draft it correctly, and there are already materials there that students are going to use. Okay. So I sit and I read through. So when I see a word in Russian language that has been translated in English, I know that it's not correct. Then I quickly have to type it or change it. So yes, I became a teaching assistant. I was teaching public health in the medical school. I taught fourth year medical students, third year medical students, and I was taking them for exams as well and translating all the study materials from Russian language to English language.
How are you combining studying on your own, translating for the school, teaching other students, and ensuring that you are getting, like you mentioned, all the A's? Are you some Einstein in a female body?
No, please.
How are you able to do all of that?
All my life, I've been in a boarding house.
Okay.
Even from Ghana, my primary JHS, I was in Mata Ecclesia.
Okay.
It's at Soko de Bogame at Ho, Volta region.
Yeah.
So I'm just this disciplined person towards my books. I enjoy learning more. Yes. So even though it was very tough combining this to my own studies, what I do is I go for my class, all my lectures. I make sure I don't miss lectures too. I don't think all my 7 years in Russia I've ever missed lectures. Even when I'm sick, I'll go to class.
Wow.
Some of my colleagues know this about me. Yes. So after my lectures, then I go to do the teaching. So the professors put the timetable in a way that it wouldn't affect my studies as well.
Okay.
But it was very difficult because 4 or 5 hours of my studies and going to stand to lecture about 80 students and going for practical classes too with them. So as I'm talking, my first group of students are now in their final year.
Oh, wow.
They'll be graduating as medical students as well. And my second group of students are going to their 4th year, their 5th year.
That's nice.
Yes.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And well done. And
Thank
that's all of that led to what you got at the end of the day. The
Okay,
red
so the
diploma.
red has nothing to do with my translation for the school and my teaching assistant thing.
It was just studies.
It was studies because one thing about Russia is, even some of these teachers feel that it's impossible for you, a black, to get a 5, which is equivalent to an A in our Ghana system. So it has nothing to do with the teaching assistant. It was fully my studies. No professor I assisted at it as a teaching assistant had to even come to talk for you that give a red or she deserve. No, they don't care about that. It is your hard work. One thing I like about Russian in terms of like studies is that when you deserve something, you deserve it.
I see.
Yes.
Now, on the red diploma, what did it signify? Was it just the recognition?
No, not only the recognition. So when you're a foreigner and you get a red diploma, automatically you are qualified to have permanent residence in Russia. And then I think, if I stand to be corrected, but after 3 years, you get a Russian passport.
Okay.
And to become a Russian.
But you're back in Ghana.
Yes, please.
What happened? Are you here to stay?
Yes, I'm here to stay. You remember earlier on, I made mention that I've always had a passion to help.
Okay.
And also to get involved with a country that they are so good at medicine or in discoveries in relation to health. So I feel now I've gotten most of the skills that could help my country as well. So I thought of coming back to help my country with all the skills I've acquired and to also learn more from here as well.
So you're back?
Yes, please.
You're not going back to Russia?
I made mention of permanent residence, so meaning that I'll be able to go to Russia anytime I want.
Just because of your red diploma?
Yes.
Okay.
And I can also go there and specialize in the future.
Okay.
I want to be a cardiologist.
But ultimately, you want to stay here and help
for some time. Yes.
System
yes,
here.
please.
Okay.
And also, not only the recognition, not only the permanent residence. In Russia, there's too, you get that kind of an opportunity to work with big hospitals. People call you and they want to work with you and other things because the red shows that you're a distinction student.
Okay.
Yes. So most of these big hospitals in their countries or across the cities, they will always want to have that kind of working environment with you. So it comes with a lot of packages.
I see.
Yes, please.
So now that you are back, I mean, the opportunity to go back there is still there.
Yes.
But you are back. What are you going to be doing? Are you just going to be around, look for work somewhere, or are you about your own thing?
Okay, so with foreign trained doctors, when we come back to Ghana, we are supposed to take our Ghana MDC, which is the Medical and Dental Council examination, to be able to get your license to do your 2 years housemanship.
Okay.
Yes, so that's what I'll be working towards now. And now we have, we are all supposed to do a 6 months internship in some selected hospitals in Ghana here. After the 6 months, you'll be able to register for your Medical and Dental Council examination.
But how about yourself? Is there anything personally any project, any initiative you are embarking on?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, so I started a Remedy Foundation. When you go to my website or Google, it's remedyfoundation.space.
Okay.
So this is a foundation that I've started.
What are you into when you say remedy? What's that?
Okay. So Remedy Foundation is basically a non-profit organization committed in transforming the health system in Africa. Okay, so in terms of the underserved people and people who need health care the most in Africa. So that is Remedy Foundation. So with the foundation, it's in two parts. We have the NGO part, and then we have the Remedy AI part. Because when you look at my stories that were viral, you could hear that they said I'm working on an IA that will help transform the healthcare system in the world and in Ghana as well. Let me put it Africa.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's an AI thing you're working on.
It's not only AI. Is the foundation is divided into two parts. Yes.
That aspect
we have the AI remedy aspect. So I can explain that.
Please.
So the AI remedy is basically when somebody go to the website, which is the remedy.space, you register and then you get access to communicate with an AI doctor. I have an AI software developer who is at India, an AI operator in the USA. Yes, and other people. So these are my team members. So you get the access to be able to communicate with an AI doctor, being it wherever you find yourself.
Okay.
Yes. Because you know that some people are so far away that getting access to healthcare sometimes is very difficult. Some people live in let's take it like the villages, for instance. Maybe where to travel to get access to healthcare can take some minutes that sometimes people lose their lives. So that is that aspect of the AI. You'll be able to communicate, sit somewhere where there is an emergency. The AI will tell you certain things to do. If you even need to see a doctor, the AI will tell you. So that's that aspect of the AI.
So does it mean that there will be some professionals like
yes,
yourself,
specialists.
Okay, on hand for things like that, and anybody can. What's the class of people who can?
No, it's not anybody. As I mentioned, I have an AI software developer at India, an AI operator in the USA, and there will be doctors since it's within the health era. There will be specialist doctors, AI doctors that you can.
So I was actually referring to those who can access your services. Is it just any kind of person?
Yeah, okay, please.
Any kind of person?
Yes, please. Sorry for that. I now get the question very well. So yeah, anybody at all.
All right.
Yes, I'm sure someone may ask that. What of internet? Because I made mention of the villages. Yeah. I think technology is developing now, and then we are living in a world where now technology is becoming more advanced, and I think I heard that there will be Starlink or something is coming out very soon. So good.
Yes.
So all these things will help, and anybody at all can access it. So when you go to Google, you type remedy.space, you see the website there. You can read more on it, and also that aspect of the NGO I mentioned. Our vision there is to bridge the gap between healthcare disparities in Africa, and also to help educate people on health as a whole. For example, when we go to the villages, we have a lot of young people dying at an early age. Should we take from maybe something like high blood pressure? It's because they are not well equipped, and they don't even have, some of them don't even know that they have it. And they eat anyhow, they eat any kind of food. But I think my foundation is going to help go to such places, educate them that if you have high blood pressure, that may be, being it chronic, being it acute. Chronic means you are living with it for the rest of your life. And acute means it just started.
Okay.
So being it whatever, we'll be able to educate them on how to eat. For example, patients with high blood pressure, you don't have to take salt. Yes, but most of these people don't even have the knowledge. So this is a foundation that will help a lot of people out there. That is basically that.
We'll be taking leave of you shortly. But before we do, is there anything else, anything in particular that maybe you want to share with us regarding your entire work, anything in your life, something quickly before we part our ways?
Okay, so for now, it's just the foundation I'm working on, and I will start my internship as well, the 6 months, to be able to write the exam to get my license.
Okay.
Yes.
So that means that the study still goes on?
Yes, please. The study still goes on.
No rest for you?
Not at all.
But congratulations once again, and thank you that you made time to speak with us.
Okay.
We had an earlier one when you were way back in
Yes.
Russia, but thank you for the face-to-face, and we wish you all the very best as you're back here in Ghana thank you for returning at least to come and support our health system here.
And thank you so much too for giving me the opportunity to be part of this program. It's very important to me. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much as well.
Thank you as well. So that's been Dr. Paulina Dented. She's one of the newest doctors from Russia. She received the highest recognition in her training. It's called a Red Diploma, and she was the first black person to do that. That has been our interview here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Look for GhanaWeb TV. Subscribe, click on the notification button, and you'll get notified anytime we have any new videos. Until another time, bye-bye.
I wish everybody to open up his brain and think well and choose a good person who can take care of this country. Not only people who comes in and say only what they want to say, convince people and give people what they small things, and then they go and put them on power. Then later on they start suffering. We don't want that kind of whatever. So I wish Ghanaians to think well, to choose their choice. They should think twice. They should sit back and think very well for so many years. If it's good for you, it's not good for your brother. If it's good for you, it's not good for your daughter. So you have to think well. Think very, very well. Who is the best person? I'm not for NPP, I'm not for NDC. I'm for the whole Ghana. So you guys should think. The way the white people are thinking, think like that. You shouldn't think like it's stupid. They give you 100 city, 200 city, you vote. Your future is very, very miserable. You guys should think well. How many years you are suffering? These people are for themselves. Don't you see the way their children are enjoying? You don't see what they buy for their kids? You don't see the cars they are using? And then you follow them? Think twice. Ghanaians should open up their mind. Not that only they say, hey, no. They shouldn't trust anybody. They should sit back and think what their father is earning, what their mom is doing, what the brothers are doing. So they got to open up their brain and wake up. Wake up. Not this guy or whatever. They should think well. The future is more great.
Welcome back. This is still Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and as indicated earlier, today we are discussing election security, and joining me for today is our very own Dr. Adam Bona. Doc, welcome.
Thank you. And good morning. Good morning to the viewers.
Let's just kick off our conversation first with issues of vigilantism. Let's set the pace with that. We live in a country where political parties have resorted to all sorts of dubious means to subvert the people's will, more or less, by hiring tax here and there. The leaders of this nation, in their own wisdom, saw it necessary to enact laws to curb this. So to start off with vigilantism, where are we as a country in dealing with election-related vigilantism, and how does all of that come into play in this going into this election?
Well, what I can say, once again, welcome, and what I can say is that prior to 2019, and prior to the promulgation of the Vigilantism and Other Offences Act 2019, we didn't have that act. We had, those type of offenses, were not criminalized. For instance, joining one of the notable vigilante groups like Invisible Forces and the rest, it wasn't criminalized. And so we all know, some of the activities these guys have been part of. Terrorizing everybody, beating people, maiming people. And so we know the mother of all election-related violence happened in 2019. The by-election of Ayawaso West Wagon, and you know the location is not too far away from here. It's just across. And eventually the president at the SONA, the first time Vigilantism took center stage, the president said that he was giving 2 weeks or so to the major political parties to disband their vigilante groups, internal vigilante groups, or else he will promulgate a law to banning them. But subsequently, yes, a law was drafted, or a bill was drafted, put before Parliament. Some of us played, some roles with how it should look like. And eventually, it was criminalized. About 27 groups were, listed. But significantly, the act, the Vigilantism and Other Offences, Act, indicated that they would want the National Security Minister would have to periodically update the list. So as we speak, since the passage or the promulgation of that, the Vigilantism and Other Offences Act, and the 27 list of organizations, or you call them vigilante groups that were outlawed, the list has not been expanded by law. There's a process the minister must go through in outlawing. He hasn't done that. We all know the Ayawaso West Wagon Commission, the short commission, as we call it, did a fantastic job. One of the personalities that sat there as a commissioner was, the respectable Madam Ladyship Mensa Bonsu. And you know the work they did. Fine personalities. But when they finished, the white paper eventually was whitewashed by His Excellency the President, by disagreeing and telling them that the TOR, the terms of reference he gave them, they deviated. If you set exams for me and I deviate, what do? You are likely to ask me to do a reset, isn't it? I think if you go to the university, even secondary school, if you did not pass some subjects, there's a possibility, but nothing happened. Even those who were injured, who we are told were supposed to have been compensated, have not been compensated up to today. For some reasons, we are told they haven't been able to compensate them, and most of them are lying in their various rooms. So I have said it that anybody who works within the security space will tell you that we have a situation where the number has moved from 27 who were captured in that list, the law, who were captured in the original, the original law, or the law, the Vigilantism and Other Offences Act 2019, the number has multiplied, has gone up to about 72. And most of them have ended up, those who initially were captured, like the Invisible Forces, the Burger Bulldogs, you can mention them, who were captured, eventually metamorphosed into some of them becoming private security organizations, and they are still doing probably worse than we are seeing. So as far as I'm concerned, the issue of vigilantism has rather probably gotten worse in different folds, and we have not been able to counter it the way the law wanted us to counter it.
That means we are not good off as from where we started, and even what even prompted us to institute these laws in the first place. Tell us where that puts us going into this election, specifically on the issue of vigilantism. What are some of the risks that we tend to face as a country in terms of vigilantism, having failed in this aspect? Where does that put us?
Why I put that is a very, head-on collusion with ourselves. Because if you know what happened recently when the MPP NDC youth went on a march, some persons from nowhere, out of a dispute, shot some people and injured them. We have seen some, these days, young people settle disputes not by disagreeing verbally, and these days not even by fisticuffs, where as growing up, when you disagreed with your colleague, you settle it up by fighting a bit, which probably today I would say wasn't too good. But we didn't settle scores by using machetes and guns and the rest. But today, they are settling scores, they are fighting among themselves, sometimes politically. You see this person, you know this person, and when you go to every community, every constituency in this country, every polling area, they know who somebody is, who the bad boys, and so we have not been able to settle that issue. The only thing we were able to do was probably prevent the act of 2019, the Vigilantism and Other Offences Act 2019, cured a certain mischief and a certain impending carnage. But you see, even with that, we still had 8 people dying. So if that act probably had not been promulgated, so I wouldn't say it's been negative. If it had not been promulgated, maybe the 8 people who unfortunately lost their lives under our democracy would have had many more people dying. So Ayawaso West Wagon, if you ask me, was more or less like a dress rehearsal. But probably looking at what happened during the Emil Short Commission and how people contradicted themselves, how some people were cited in the reports, it looks like others took a cue out of it and said, if I do some of these things, one day my party would be out of government and I would be punished. So you can see that 2020, even with the promulgation of that law, of that, the act, people died unprecedented since 1992. I have said it openly that I was old enough to have voted into being part of those who voted to bring the 1992 Constitution as part of those who voted for the referendum. I was old enough to have voted. Do you understand? And I would say that having, at my age, probably I would say I have not seen in my working life, security and all that, these people dying. And up to today, we seem not to have brought any closure to that.
We'll come to the issue of closure, but moving away from the issue of vigilantism, we are more or less in the data and information age, and we expect a lot of information dissemination and issues of disinformation come up in this election. What are the risks we face in terms of information dissemination going into this election?
Well, disinformation and misinformation is by itself a technological canker, call it that way. I would want to refer to it as a technological genocide, where one person, by facing a camera, and these days we all have become trained or untrained media people. All you need is to sit in my garden and put a camera or a tripod in front of you. And these days you don't need any sophistication when it comes to these things. You have a SIM card in it and it's transmitting, depending on your followers. Sometimes some of these guys who would do these things have more followers than some media houses. And it's broadcasting to them. So you can imagine if such a person is lying. The person is lying that this number of people have been killed, that number of people have been killed. Or somebody is carrying firearms and going to point B. So let's go and ambush them. And you don't know. What will happen is that innocent lives are going to be lost. People are going to be afraid. Fear and panic will creep in. And once fear and panic creeps in, you might have people not wanting to go out there and go and vote, because then what is in the atmosphere, what is out there is that, these politicians, when you even vote for them, They go and they sort their families and their friends and they leave you. So why should I go and kill myself for them? Forgetting that, well, this our democracy is still better than probably any dictatorship of a sort. I mean, depends on the way where you stand. I believe that no matter what, we should guard our democracy jealously because it is better be done. Whatever military, whatever dictatorship one would have lived under, even though some would say, well, are we not living under a certain regime? I say, no, we voted to elect our leaders, to elect the president and elect our MPs and the rest. And so this is still better. I mean, having known or having seen what the devastation coups did to us in this country.
So then, I would love for us to discuss the solutions at the latter part of this discussion. But to speak a little bit of on dealing with the issue of disinformation, there are people who have said, look, regardless of our subscription to freedom of speech and all that, there is a need for regulation. What do you say should be some of the things that should be in place in guarding against misinformation and spreading of fake news going into this election, considering the impact on public safety and security?
I tell you what, I am one of the proponents of freedom of speech and fundamental human rights. And one of our rights as citizens, as a sovereign, is to be able to speak freely, to be able to do things freely, but responsibly. And so I think we should be very careful when it comes to censorship. I wouldn't want you to come to me for us to talk, and I am afraid to speak. I should never be afraid to speak. What I should rather be keen on doing is responsible, speech. So I tell you things that I can defend. I tell you things that I can substantiate. I tell you things that will not be injurious, to our cohesion, the way we have lived. I will tell you things that would not lead to, people being fearful of their lives. I'll tell you things that will make people happy. We already have laws that criminalizes those who might want to put some information that might end up not being true. We have, if you take the Criminal Offences Act, specifically Section 208, it talks about publication of false news. If you were to publish anything that is not true, and the police deems same to be false, they would investigate it, and you will be arrested, questioned, come and substantiate. So as we sit here, if I was to say that Kwesi Mensah or Salifu is preparing to do A, B, C, D, S, Y, Z, and he's going to do that to be able to probably take over this country, the police will be looking for me and be looking for that said Salifu. Because then I am alleging that a certain Kwesi Mensah wants to do the unthinkable. If I'm not able to produce Kwesi Mensah, or if I did produce Kwesi Mensah and Kwesi Mensah said, no. What you say now, I have no knowledge of it, I will still be guilty. If I'm not able to defend myself, I will still be guilty of misinformation and false publication of news that is deemed to be injurious to the public. Even though it's a misdemeanor, it's punishable by law. And so mine is that we still have some laws that criminalizes false publication of news and all that into the public. And so as far as I'm concerned, I think we shouldn't go. We used to have the criminal libel. And the Kweku Bakons and co were incarcerated and all that for speaking their minds. To a very large extent, if it is between me and you alone, if I said you have done something, if I say you are a thief, excuse me to say in quotes, if I say you are a thief, at best, you can sue me in tort. You can go and sue me for defamation. Do you understand me? But you cannot go and report me to the police. If I say the president is a thief, The president cannot go and report me to the police. And national security cannot report me to the police, or they cannot arrest me. If I said the president was corrupt, if the president and his lawyers think they are not, there are remedies in law. You sue me in defamation. But in the past, you will be arrested and thrown into the kwabong, into cells, and then they prosecute you. All those laws have been repealed. But I think that that little one there, 208, is okay. Let's leave it under the Offences Act 29, the Criminal Offences Act 29, specifically Section 208. I think it is enough to ensure that we are responsible people when it comes to speech.
We'll soon take a commercial break, but before we do that, let's the role of stakeholders in all of this, on the issue of disinformation and information, the role of stakeholders like the security agencies, the Electoral Commission, and even government itself. We recently, the National Democratic Congress sought audience with the Electoral Commission and actually sought to have the presence of the media in the discussion. The EC vehemently resisted. How does what is the onus that lies on the various stakeholders in making sure that information, not just information, but the right information is spread to the right people at the right time to help settle and manage issues of security in this going into this election?
Well, what I can say, what I'm mentioning words would be, you see, I'm not holding brief for the EC. I mean, those of you who have followed me knows my disagreement with the EC, and I still disagree with them on various fronts, and anytime I agree with them, I put it across as well. I think that it cuts both ways. In one way, the EC, I would say, should have allowed you into the meeting. But if you take Apex Media, GhanaWeb, you are big. We have smaller media houses. Some of them are even big, but they are so irresponsible. He comes into the meeting. When you say is, he says was. You know, when I say something and I use the article is, and you decide to go and change it to was, you have turned the whole thing to be something else. When you know that this is, if you are quoting me, quote me well. So I would say that it's incumbent on the media to also be responsible. But the stakeholders, I say that allow the media into the space as much as possible, because all of us cannot be everywhere at the same time. We are almost 40 million Ghanaians. But media houses such as yours, GhanaWeb TV, you'll be able to, if you are allowed to sit in IPAC meeting, they call it, you'll be able to broadcast things to millions of your followers, isn't it? Correct. So then mine is that why not allow them if we are building a democracy? We are less than 40 years old. Others are over 500 years. Others are 400, 300. We are. But that is not an excuse. We cannot reinvent the wheel. So mine is that the stakeholders, these days is good. Some of us had to continuously speak to get the national security set up. In the past, oh, this way, this idea with the national security. And I say, what is now national security? The thing you think is national security, once you are typing the thing that confidential, you type here before you send it to whoever you are sending it to. Someone takes a photo, millions of Ghanaians have seen it. So why are you classifying that thing as confidential when you know it will be intercepted? If it will be intercepted, then it is no longer confidential. So if we have to know, you see, it is better to let the citizens know and be informed. That way, even if they are disagreeing with you, they disagree with you based on policy, based on a certain informed or misinformed opinions. Then you would use that to be able to let them know that, you know what, please, this information, this is how it's going. Now, I think the national security, I must confess, have improved. These days, we don't even see them in the news. It was a daily occurrence where you see them, they've gone to this person's house, they've surrounded the house, you know, work that the police was supposed to be doing. You see national security hoodlums parading themselves with guns and their zukus, and your colleague Caleb Kuda from the city group, look at the way he was beating, he and the lady, you get it, and it's happened. Even when you look at your colleague from multimedia, what is his name, who had
injury at the police headquarters.
At the police headquarters. Can you imagine? At the police headquarters, if you wanted safety, where would you get it? But the then police administration probably could not provide that safety to your colleague. He had a concussion. I think he still wears certain things on his skull. Mine is that the media, I say, they cut both ways. They will cut you good if they have to cut good. If you do bad, they will also cut you bad. But sometimes we should know how the position of the media. I think it is for a good reason we say there are three arms of government. But there is also a very important one that has not been captured, and that is the fourth estate of the realm, which you belong to. It is about the most important arm of government that adds to the other three, yet it has not been scripted that they are supposed to be part, because then if the president wants to talk to Ghanaians, how does he talk to Ghanaians? He talks to Ghanaians through the media. So without the media, you know how democracy would have been. You will get up and hear him and will just be too animalistic. But the media, in a very large extent, I say, has made us a bit more civilized, because then when you are lying, I can go on the internet. I have shared something. I shared a document recently without checking the dates on a platform. And quickly, a colleague drew my attention, oh, this is 2022. And I said, oh, thank you for the correction. So even at my level, we all make mistakes. But because on that platform, somebody there, and you say, yeah, when I say it's a media, I said, what's that platform? He said, no, it's 2022. It's not today. But I was probably transmitting information thinking because I hadn't looked at it well. So I think that the role of the media cannot be underestimated.
This is still Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest today is Security and Safety Analyst Dr. Adam Bona. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is still Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and I'm still seated here with Dr. Adam Bona, Security and Safety Analyst. We are discussing election security-related issues, and we will now delve into the almighty issue of security deployment before, during, and after the elections. This is a very sensitive and important issue when it comes to security issues on elections. How prepared are we? What should be done? How should we even go about it to ensure that at the end of the day, everybody walks home satisfied and happy?
I think I will take what the respectable Inspector General of Police, Dr. Ekufu Dampare, has told us. He said that this election, in terms of security, would be one of the most peaceful elections we have ever had. I think that I would take his word and believe that what he's promised Ghanaians, he will do it. He's going to ensure. In the sense that I think since he became the Inspector General of Police, by elections that we all know were a do and die process. Once it was a by-election, Itiwa, Ayawas West were gone, and every by-election in this country was an election where a lot of rounds of firearms, people got injured, people got butchered. But I think since he took over, we have had Kumeu elections. There were no violence. We have had Asin, which we all know. The narrative behind Asin is like Accra House of Folk and Asante Kotoko. If you want to see how the football is going to be played on the day, just monitor the media airwaves. You see the House supporters jumping, and the Kotoko, then they are battling one another. So they do the battle before the 11-11 goes onto the field to play. It doesn't matter whether it's in Kumasi or it's in Accra. So, Jachukwesin's issue, Honorable Jachukwesin's issue, was almost like a blot on our conscience, like something that shouldn't have been happening and is happening. So people are taking entrenched decision, coupled with the Supreme Court ruling that he can no longer hold himself as an MP. It meant that we needed to go into a by-election. But they went there and the police were able to give us the needed security so that there was no blood was spilled, which to me is good. Together with the internal elections for the various political parties. You remember the youth elections, the NDC youth elections in Cape Coast or so. Some people took the laws. The police chased them into Techiman and other places and arrested some of them. So I want to believe that with that assurance, and together with especially the citizens, because it's all about human security. And I've repeated this in several events, several publications, several write-ups, that no military has ever defeated the people. No security has ever defeated the will of the people. If the people are determined, you cannot defeat them. And I'm saying this because you can talk about Afghanistan, you can talk about Egypt, what's the name? The Arab Spring. You can talk about Tunisia. You can talk about even Vietnam. The Americans couldn't defeat the Vietnamese. The Americans couldn't defeat even the Iraqis. They couldn't defeat the Afghans. They had to run. They had to leave. So when the people are determined, no security, no military has ever defeated the will of the people. So mine is that our security is in our hands. The police, and I have said it without any fear nor favor, that we do not need the military to be part of our security architecture. I was having a banter before you came this morning with a retired one of the most senior military commanders of our country. And he asked me, why am I propagating? I said, I've been propagating this not today. We are aware that the military is not deployed without firearms. If you are deploying them, you deploy them with firearms. Are we going to the ballot, the polling centers with guns? Are we going to fight there? Why are you sending the military with firearms, with, rifles loaded to go to, polling centers? So once we take our security into our own hands, George, I tell you what, it will be very difficult for any state security. You can bring the American army. They will not be able to defeat 40 million Ghanaians. So mine is that Ghanaians should take their destiny into their own hands. Ghanaians should remember that our security is so important. Let's not just leave our security into the hands of the police, immigration, fire, prisons, and the rest. The military, I said they shouldn't be part of it. Because, and mine is, this is for emphasis, and the emphasis is mine, that the military should not be deployed, because then military are not trained for riot control. They are not trained. They don't have riot shields. You only send them to a situation where they are needed for combat purposes. So when they go and people start throwing stones, we saw it in Nigeria, they kneel and take an aim, and pow, pow, people go down, isn't it? We don't want that.
So for you, it's a zero deployment of military for the election.
Yes, the reason is that, and what happened in Techiman? In one breath, we are told it's the military. In one breath, we are told it's the police. But when we know that, and we all know that when the military is brought in, per the conventions, the police must stand down. Are you with me? The police must stand down. When the military is brought in, they take charge. So if they take charge, do they take charge? People throwing stones and someone shooting lethal bullets. But the police and the rest are trained. I'm sure you've seen prison officers. One prison officer with about 5 inmates. And the prison officer is sitting under a tree. And the inmates are waiting. Have you not seen it? Have you not asked yourself questions, how do they do it? Or you've never asked yourself that question. Have you ever asked yourself that question? People have asked me, these people, they brought them from his home. Why are they? The guy is sitting under the tree, and the guys are weeding and they are not running away. Because the prison officer has been intelligently trained so much so that if you put 7 inmates under his care to come into this neighborhood, this estate or this neighborhood, to come and clean here, he would actually come and sit in this house or sit here. And the guys will finish, and when they finish, they will come and knock and tell him, Master, he won't run away. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So if it is not your job, it is not your job. The military is trained for external aggression, our territorial protection. You will bring them in when you have declared a state of emergency. Then they take charge. You see, we're talking about state of emergency for Galamsey. Because they take charge. And it is the commander-in-chief, the president, who does that. He declares state of emergency. So you deploy the military, you give them firearms with bullets. And people are for, and there are people who disagree. Sometimes they will throw blows, they will throw stones. Then you shoot, pow, 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 pow. People are dead. George, what do we do? So don't deploy the military.
Okay. Talking about deployment, you've spoken extensively about Ejura and how Asinot and how it has helped and garnered public trust in our security service. But then there is the underlying issue of the infamous leak tape of people conspiring to remove the IGP and what have you. As a matter of fact, on that tape, there were issues around the deployment, security deployment too.
Mafia.
Yes. What do we need to do? What does the security agencies need to do specifically in terms of deployment, making sure that the right people are assigned to the right places at the right time, just to attract public confidence? Because at the end of the day, it's all about confidence. If the people have trust in what the security services are doing, there is no need to even go and fight or question it in the first place.
Well, you see, the leak tape is you know how some of us were not happy about the leak tape because some people were conspiring to remove their IGP so they can do mafia. If they are made IGP, they can do mafia to break the 8 and blah, 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 all those things. Eventually, Parliament set up a probe, and the probe led to findings of, yes, these people actually conspired to do A, B, C, D. And those people, some of them are still in the service. You know the reports and recommendations were sent to the president. Have you heard the president issue a paper on that? The president hasn't said anything. Those people are still serving. Superintendent Asari and JB, they are still in service. The other bloke, what is his name? COP retired Mensah, he is gone. Who lost the elections at, he stood for PC. So it tells you how security officers have been, some of them, heavily compromised. The guy is wearing uniform by day, and in the night he's a politician. He's in uniform by day. In the night, he's a politician. And he's the one scheming to undermine the electoral processes of this country. And so when the report was put together and sent to Jubilee House, the president, if he was minded, should have acted to ensure that these people are punished. But you see, crime has no expiry date too. Crime is one of the things that when you look at our statutes of Limitation Act, there's nothing like when you commit a crime, after 50 years, you are going to go scot-free. And it's basically, this is a borrowed international law. Do you understand me? Pinochet and other people have been punished.
Donald Trump
and others. So crime has no expiry date. So if you thought that, oh, today my government is in the party, disgracefully, you are a police officer. You are, part of people scheming to undermine the electoral processes. You are not supposed to be a politician. Then you say, I have always been a card-bearing member. And these people are still there. So mine is that the people must come together as we are doing. The police, who are supposed to be in charge of election task force, must make sure the right persons are deployed to the right locations. Do you understand me? The right persons are deployed to the right locations. Once that is done, there will be confidence. But if you go and deploy somebody like Superintendent JB or Asari, you go and deploy them to a certain location. You know what the people will think? They'll say, this guy, this is not the guy who was scheming that he was going to steal the election for one party. So people will come there well prepared to fight. But if you are just an ordinary police officer, you are not involved in politics, you go and you're at a polling center, you come and vote, you go home. And I am also saying that these elections, for our own security and safety sake, when you are going, go with a kunya or a kunya, what do you call it? Plastic chair. Or get a stool. Or go and sit. When you finish voting, don't go home. Sit at a corner so that your vote will be counted. When it is counted and declared, go home and go and relax. You have done your work. Your civil duty is performed. You don't go home and before you hear, I didn't know my VM, then you think of we don't my VM. So when we are going, go with your plastic chair. Go with your kitchen stool. When you finish voting, look for somewhere. That day, fast. Don't say I'm going to eat and come. Fast. Fast. If you fast for a day, you won't die. Fast. 12 hours, you won't die. That day, don't go. I for water, you come and sell water. Buy water, drink. Don't go anywhere. So that end of the day, the tension that is characterizing these elections, we will all be party to the elections to make it peaceful. I voted in my hometown constituency in 2020. Isa DBI. It was a very peaceful process. Within a short time, I voted and I was done. But by the time I left and I got to Accra at the evening of the same day. People were dying. So do I blame the Electoral Commission? I think the Electoral Commission got some of the processes right. But unfortunately, some too were not right in terms of the Electoral Commission will say we are not in charge of security. Elections is for you. So you should try to be a party to the security.
Doc, thank you very much. The discussion has been very educative and insightful. We've been discussing issues of electoral security going into the 2024 general elections. Our guest has been Dr. Adam Bona, and he has been very helpful, educating us and all that. Unfortunately, we'll end this episode here. This will be part 1. We'll continue with Doctor, and we'll bring you part 2 of this very discussion. Thank you for joining me for this episode. My name is George AC. See you again next time.
About 1 year, I'm in trouble. I'm not going to be around to. The way I make a bra, or man, I don't know. The convoy is to grab by Dio Maviswa. The people to Nadi. The one button there, maybe 2 years of Sophie and Wada. The very winning because Mamma Vinia over him, bro. But also we over him, bro. 2 years. No, but I'm going to 20. I'm not going to ask him. I never catch on one.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Welcome to GhanaWeb Sports Check with me, Emmanuel Enin. Today, I'm going to have a conversation with a legend of the game, Prince Tego, the only prince of goals in Ghana football. Welcome, Prince.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm also good. Are we going to see Prince Tego without dreadlocks? Because it seems every day you are in dreadlocks.
Oh, I don't think so. It has been so many years I'm keeping it. So maybe in future I might take it off.
Right. So maybe in future you might take it off. We will get to the Black Stars conversation and the Heart of Folk conversation. But before we delve into that, let's go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will start the conversation. Welcome back from the break. Tego, let's delve into the conversation. The Black Stars, as a former player, you've played for Black Stars at the World Cup, featured in the quarterfinals. At the AFCON, you've seen the Black Stars play in the semifinals. Today, if you watch the Black Stars, how do you feel?
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I feel a bit terrible because that's not what we expect from our national team, because when you are being called for the national team means that you are very good. Yeah. And the country, I mean, believe in you to come and, I mean, execute whatever competition we have. And if the Blaster wasn't that attractive, I don't think the boys would love to come and play, because some people have dealt with the team, I mean, played their heart out and sacrificed. That's why the name Blaster has been up there. So I think each and everyone that wants to come and play for the national team or will be called to come and play have to really prepare psychologically, like everything, to give it all, because that's what national team is all about. But looking at our current team now, I don't see the energy, I don't see the commitment, I mean, there's no any fighting spirit in the team, and it's a bit worried. If we really want to go far with our national team, I don't think we need this kind of attitude. So I'm just urging, if it is possible, they have to make sure whenever they are calling the players, they should call players that are ready to fight for the country. It shouldn't be, I mean, some people have names and they will come and they don't want to give their all. I mean, it's totally not acceptable. So, I mean, that's what I would urge, I mean, the officials to look at.
Yeah, some of these players, we've watched them at the Ghana under-20, somebody like Kudus, they give their all, they play. If they play for their clubs, they also play very well, they score week in, week out. So what's the problem that's, I mean, preventing them from giving their all whenever they wear the national colors?
Yeah, I think it's kind of dicey a little bit, because me personally, when I watch the team from afar, I think there's no unity in the team. And I feel the players have so many competition within them, which it shouldn't be so. Because if they say a team means, I mean, everybody has to contribute to make it to the top. But if we have a team and there's this division and, I mean, players are having, I mean, misunderstanding, you know, I don't think they all have one aim or goal when they are playing for the national team. Just because of little things that I think some of the officials have created in the team. For example, let me give you this example. When it comes to the captainship, you know, I mean, Ghanaians don't really look at that angle very well, but it's a very big problem in the national team. And that has caused a lot of damages in the Black Star till now. But we overlook it. Let me ask you a question. When, I mean, Steve Napier was the captain of the national team, how did you see the team?
Obviously they were good, but
yes.
you were there, so you can give us a better picture how it was.
It was very good, and we have one mind. We have one goal. You know, our aim and everything to achieve something, and everybody mind and its energy was on that. Do you get it? And I mean, look at how Stephen Appiah time was. When Stephen, I felt the problem started coming from, when Stephen Appiah dropped the captainship, Asian was active, Sule was active, John Pento was active, a whole lot of players were active. You understand? Okay, so I will ask myself, who should be the next captain? If Stephen is no more the captain, and we have Asian, we have Sule, we have Asamoah, we have John, we have Lai, all of them. You understand? But some of the officials make sure, I don't know, not really make, some of the officials decided to give the captain to Asamoah, which is not bad. Do you understand? Asamoah is a very good striker. You understand? But to my point of view, the time that the captain was given to him was not the right time. The reason why I'm saying that was because Asamoah have a lot of big respect for Asian. And Asian being in the team, you can't overlook Asian and give the captain to Asamoah. You understand? Yeah. In the captainship, we have captain, assistant, and I think the general, the overall general. You can make, how do you call it, Asian the overall general. Whilst on the field of play, Asamoah can have the band because he's always playing 90 minutes, giving us the results and all that. There wouldn't be any confusion in the team because you've dealt with seniority with respect. You understand? But when we did that, we overlook it. See how they treated Asamoah when it was time for them to take the captain for him. You understand? They went so harsh, very disrespectful, because what? They think they've used Asamoah and they finished. So let's take the captain from him and give it to another person without respecting him because they've done that mistake already. Okay. So when they took the captain disrespectfully, to my knowledge, they gave it to who? Dede.
Yeah.
Who? They gave it to Dede. You see the transition of the treatment.
From Asamoah to Dede.
Okay, Dede too has become the captain. Very good player. I mean, things that has never happened in Ghana football. He has done it.
Yeah, okay.
To take, I mean, under 20 to the World Cup. It's very big achievement, but people don't really recognize it, or maybe they try to pretend like they've forgotten, you know. See right now how they treated Dede when it was time for the captainship. When they want to take it from him, see how they treated him. They treated him like a coast player, like somebody who has never played football before, or maybe he has never done any good thing for the country before. And this thing I'm talking about is the officials. You understand? It's the officials, the FA. You understand? That is where the problem sometimes is coming from. See the treatment they give to Dede. As right now, he was at his top form. I don't think any coach who is really sharp and think deep will drop Dede from the national team.
So you still think Dede Ayew has a place in the national team?
What these boys are playing, some of these boys are playing, you can't tell me Dede cannot play. That is where the disrespect is coming from. You know, we try to retire players too early when it's not their time, just because of maybe Dede's father is Abedipele. Jealousy, like, you know, this country that we are in, the witchcraft is too much. You understand? We jealous people for no reason. Do you get it? Right now, you've given the captain to Dede. Dede started peaking, scoring goals in his new team. And you decided not to call him and give the captain to who? Partey. Excellent. Partey is a very good player. He is doing good. But ask yourself, what was the transition of the captainship to him? Another disrespect is there. That creates the confusion between the players. And when I say disrespect, that comes with, you have Jordan in the team, who is a senior player. He has been with the team for a long time. So if you are taking captains from Dede, you can add Partey, Kudus, and how do you call it? Jordan. You understand? Whether Juku or whoever you want to put, that one is their choice. Yeah. But you can't take captain from Dede and give it to Partey. Okay. You understand? Partey deserves it. But his time will definitely do what would come. But we rush and we choose people that they are our favorite to push them in certain situation or certain level that, I mean, we think they can execute, but it doesn't work like that. Football work with respect and good transition, so that at least players will have this kind of cordial relationship with joy playing for the national team. So when you check the transition, you could see that the treatment they did from the top that I mentioned, look how they did to Dede right now. And right now from Partey, they gave the captainship to who? Kudus. You see what I'm talking about? Kudus is a fantastic player. Kudus would definitely be Blaster captain in future. Why do you rush him? To create confusion between the boys and the team. It doesn't make sense to me. You understand? Kudus is a very fantastic player, but let him also feel there is a senior player there. You understand? Jordan can say, oh, I don't want to put on the band. Let's give it to Kudus. But out of the blue moon, you don't just choose anyhow. That's where the problem is coming from.
So are you saying there's no leadership in the team right now?
Right now, there's no leadership in the team. I don't see, since Dede left, from my point of view, since they stopped calling Dede, I don't see any leadership. The leadership that I saw and the fighting spirit that I saw was when Partey was captain and we were playing Nigeria. Partey showed us the class that when there is difficulty in the team, he can raise his head up and help the team. And he did it fantastic.
Right. If you look at, you talked about Asamoah's captaincy and the transition and everything, but within that period, we had the Black Stars playing in the semi-finals and all that, meaning Avram Grant, who was the coach then, played a pivotal role in getting the team results for the team. What do you think Otuado is not doing well, despite the captaincy issue, that he could get the results for Black Stars?
Otuado is not doing well because I think the call of the players, you understand, the call of the players and their positioning is the problem. Because if you can call a player and you say you are building the team, you call a player and he's not doing well, I don't think you should be able to, you should invite the player again. And you have to maintain a certain number of players. You have to maintain a certain number of players you want to work with. Because you believe in those players. So they have to be there consistently, because building the team is not for one day. They have to get to know each other in the field and out of the field. So if every time we have a maybe new game, there's a new player. Every time we have a new game, there's a new player. You understand? But if you want to take the team far, like the way you promised to do, you call about maybe 15, how do you call it? Maybe more than 20 players. No, like maybe 25 or 30 that you know that these are the people. If this person have injury or he can't make it, I believe in this guy. You understand? But this is not the time to do try and error. Do you get it? So it's a big mistake that we are also doing there.
So why are you saying Otuado is not his own man?
From what I'm seeing, he's not his own man. Trust me. I can tell you point blank, from the Blacks, from the day they dropped, they took the captain from him. That's when I know he's not doing things by himself. And until we stop, we stop interfering with coaches, with selection, with captainship and all those things, Black Star will never have peace. And this thing I'm talking about is coming from the FA. It's coming from people working around the team. The technical team, like people, they take the decision before they tell the coach.
Tego, we are coming down to the AFCON group. Were you surprised by the results we had against Niger and Sudan?
I wasn't surprised because the team, they are not playing with passion. Yeah. You know, sometimes we Ghanaians want to watch football that the team did well, but we have a bad luck and we lost, or we couldn't win, or we played draw. Ghanaians, I can say 95% of Ghanaians know football. Why? Because we love football. That's one of the most important, game we all enjoy from Accra Sofo, those times. You understand? And from even 1992 when Awudi Sakadems took the World Cup, you know. So football has been something that Ghanaians also have an idea about. So if we are playing good football, we are fighting, but we are losing. Trust me, Ghanaians will understand. They will give the chance for them to do or to improve. But this time around, when you are sitting behind the TV and you are watching the games, and we even score one, you are not at peace, because you know they can equalize and maybe we lose. But before it wasn't so. Yeah.
From the way you are talking, are you hopeful that the Black Stars will qualify?
I don't have any doubt about Black Stars qualifying. That one, I can tell you, I don't have any doubt for them qualifying, because we have good players. We have good players in the team. My problem is if they are ready to give at least 85% of what they play outside there into the national team, we wouldn't be struggling in our group.
Right. You've played in multiple AFCON tournaments, and now we are not going to qualify and all that. How is playing in AFCON like?
AFCON is just like, playing like a local league. Right. Because AFCON, the tournament is Africa. So the mentality and the aggressiveness and the way they approach every game is different from playing from outside. So if you don't have that fighting attitude to play the qualification, there's no way you can qualify. Because Africa It's Africa, and everybody plays very tough. It's not like Europe that you have the time to play. When you lose the ball, the other team will give you the time to play. You understand? But Africa, it's not like that. And this is some of the things the coaches have to let the new players that comes to the team know, that this qualification is even difficult than the tournament. African qualification is difficult than the tournament. Frustration. Look how they did to Nigeria when they were traveling to play. Yeah. You see, I've been there before. Sometimes even when it gets to time for you to go and train, and they have to pick you 3, and you have only 1 hour to train at the stadium before the game, they can even come maybe like 3:40. You get to the pitch, you have only 15 minutes. It's a strategy that this is Africa. So when you don't put all these things into their mind, they would think maybe it's so easy to play African qualification. It's not that easy. That's why we are struggling.
In all this, what's the role of the GFA?
As in
what should they do to help the team to qualify?
I mean, they just have to make sure they call the rightful players. They don't do the selection, but I know some of them are part of it. Do you get it?
You believe the GFA do selection for the coaches?
Not really, as in the GFA. Yeah. Some of the officials that they are within the GFA. It can be anybody. Okay. You understand? It can be anybody. Right. I have been there. Some of the players playing are with some of the officials. Right. No matter how they play good or bad, they will be called. You get it? Yeah. That one is the honest truth. So, if we are able to bring out the good, the good players that we have, and we treat them rightly, like this person deserves to play, and we'll put him in, definitely. Don't forget, the players are good. Like I told you, it's the mindset and the willing to fight for the country. That's the only thing left. Because they don't play with any passion that we used to see before.
Let's come down to Ghana versus Sudan. There was an issue where a video was trending. Jordan Ayew was talking to Kwesi Appiah, and people made it about the captaincy and all that. What's your thought on that?
For me, I think it's not really about the captaincy, because Jordan have known Kwesi Appiah for some time, since he was coming to the national team. So maybe I think that maybe he just met him outside and they were talking about their own personal thing. But like I told you, the transition of the captainship was wrong. And anytime you do those kind of things and it's wrong, it affects the team. There wouldn't be any good luck following the team. There will be competition in the team, like enviness and jealousy. You don't create those kind of energy around the team. Do you think, let me ask you one question, do you think if Jordan that day was given the captain, Kudus would be angry? Why? Because he knows he was there before him. You understand? So when you don't create certain energy, it will react. You understand? So you being the coach, you don't allow people to dictate for you. You understand? You don't allow people to dictate for you who has to be. No. Do the rightful thing. You have been a footballer before. You understand? You are our senior, and we believe you can do the job. Certain decisions in Ghana, when you don't put your feet down, you'll be controlled and you'll be moved around. And when the problem comes, everybody will leave, and they will talk about you.
Looking at the job Kwesi Appiah is doing for Sudan, are you impressed?
Why not? I'm very impressed, because I've worked with Kwesi Appiah also before, and he has learned a lot. You can't tell me Kwesi Appiah being assistant coach for a long time with most of the Serbian coaches, he has never learned anything. Whatever that he has learned is what is giving him the results. And his team, what they are doing different than we Ghanaians, the boys listen to him. The boys play with passion, with fighting spirit. We don't have these two. And if you don't have these two in football, where are you heading to?
So do you think we made a mistake letting Kwesi Appiah go?
I can't say we made a mistake or we didn't do any mistake, but the result is showing. Do you get it? The result is showing. And if one day Kwesi Appiah will be honest and he will tell you the truth about being a coach in the national team, and the people around him that he works with, he will tell you the kind of pressure he has. Do you get it? You can take Kwesi Appiah out because maybe your decision of putting certain players in, he's not interested. That will make you sack him. Do you get it? Yeah, because if a coach comes and he doesn't listen to this cartel that they are in around the team, then definitely when you started losing, they will find a way and kick you out.
If you say cartel, who are the cartel?
Yeah, the cartel there, I can't mention nobody's name, but they know their source. I mean, we are all in this country.
I mean, you can give clues.
No, there's no clue because I said the whole team, and the whole officials that is surrounding around the Black Star. Because every decision they take, everybody knows.
People are pinpointing the Black Stars Management Committee that it needs to be scrapped.
Well, that's what people are also saying. I cannot decide whether they have to dissolve them or maybe keep them. Do you understand? All that I'm focused and talking and making sure we put and we bring our mind is the examples I've given you. And if we are able to tackle that area respectfully, there will be peace at camp and everybody will love each other to play a good football and to win for Ghana.
All right, so let's go for a quick break. When we come back, we will talk about Hearts of Oak and some of Prince Tego's best moments in his career. Welcome back from the break. We are still having a fruitful conversation with Prince Tego, a legend of the game. Prince, let's talk about your moments at the Black Stars. How was it like playing your first ever game for the Black Stars, your first call-up? How was the feeling when you had the call-up?
I think, to be honest, I wasn't called for the national team. Seriously. I wasn't called. I mean, we were going to play against Libya, and the names were already out. I was not part of it. So I came to Ghana from Saudi Arabia, my team, and I was having holiday. The season is done. I was in Ghana for a week before I had a call from Papse that Matiamwa has a little injury. So if I can join the team on Tuesday because they are leaving to Kumasi. I had a call on Monday. So early morning, Tuesday early morning, I went to the beach to run and I joined them in the afternoon at the airport. And we went to Kumasi for the Libya game. So that was the game, that was my first game. And that was the game I scored my first goal. That made me stay in the national team. So I wasn't really called. Yeah.
So is it your best memory in the Black Stars?
No, my best memory was the qualification to the World Cup. When we need a win to qualify to the 2010 World Cup. I think our game with Benin, and we need only win at Kumasi. I think we need only win. We don't need draw. And I think Sule gave me a very nice cross to score. It was under 1 minute. And the game ended 1-0. So I think that particular goal qualifies to the World Cup. And I think that was the best moment at that time.
So it seems you have good memories in Kumasi. In 2004, you and Hearts of Oak went to Kumasi and won the CAF Confederations Cup. How was it like?
You know, it was a joy that I can't express it because when we win I think when we won the cup, we from Kumasi to Accra, we left around 10 in the morning. We got to Accra almost 2 a.m. You understand? Just because we win, where every town we get, the road is blocked. You understand? Like the fans, people were happy, and Hearts and Kotogo has always been a fight, and we making sure getting the Virgin
I've always been saying that nobody should lose the strand of the hair because of an election. Let us all commit ourselves that we have only one Ghana. So anything that we can do to maintain the peace that we are in, because if we lose the peace, you can't do anything, no matter the type of work that you do. So if you know somebody who is trying to do something untoward, call the person's attention that it doesn't help. Don't support people to do what's wrong. And we should love Ghana more than our political parties. So we should put Ghana ahead of our political parties. And when we do that, we'll have very peaceful election. So the election will come and go and we'll still be Ghana.
We, as the president of the Ghana Journalists Association, it is our utmost responsibility to protect the institution of state. And that is what we are doing. We are preaching peace before, during election. We're also encouraging our people to be very circumspect in their discharge of their duty, and also make sure that they are guided by the ethics of the profession. We shouldn't avail our platform to be used for hate speech and to incite tension. I've been encouraging. We still preparing ourselves by training our people ahead of the election, especially in the area of fact-checking and also debunking misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, false news. So we hope and pray that with God on our side, we shall cross this stacks. We will do everything possible to jealously guard the peace we enjoy in this country. Ghana is the only peaceful country within the sub-region, and we must be proud of that. We will do everything. We are going to make sure that we join hands with all key stakeholders, including but not limited to the Electoral Commission, political parties or actors, and everyone who matter, to ensure that this election come peaceful and Ghana will remain the peaceful and the enviable country in Africa.
What I would tell Ghanaians is that it's still the usual elections that we've always been having. It should certainly be peaceful. I don't envisage any some mayhem or anticipating mayhem. No, it's just go to your police station, go and vote, and go home and just get some fufu and eat, and don't disturb any other person. Except you don't have anything to lose. For some of us, we have a lot to lose. We have families. We just want to push the academic journey. So once there's anything, it's going to affect us. So we stay blessed.
With peace, we can do everything. Without peace, we cannot live. We can't go about our daily activities. So I entreat every Ghanaian to embrace peace. I stand for peace, and I want you to demonstrate peace in whatever you do before, during, and after the December 7th election. I stand for peace.
I had the opportunity to visit Freetown in Sierra Leone. I visited the amputees camp. I saw the results of war, and I also had the privilege to have an area view of the devastation that the war had caused to that country. It's the reason I will always stand for peace, and I invite you to also stand for peace.
About 20 days, Nancy, and only 3 days, you won't say US for 2 Amabano. I'm going to Amaba peacefully, Gidi BNC. It's you youth. No, Kotuaba, go and conquer Gidi and conquer for ballot paper, ballot box via Kotuaba. Do 6 maybe I bet you kind of what kind. Say, Umufi say, you be your polling agents for home be intercepted, and your individual and about politician be who are we or be any or best celebrate who would know. It will be uncle about peacefully.
About 1 year passing. Now, Ghana, Yatna should be Musa Abedu and young Percy a best as we will. And never answer party for no, ya pamucho. Say Obina Awinia, Omufamanu Boko. Say Nipanu Swan Winia, more Mufayan Tokwa. Ntiga uwa sunbi awa de nyina nti ne me ne me kan se ya pa sunbi
abato ne de ya sunbi ne yepe okọ na se NDC na akoto amano MPP na akoto amano okọ she box nu ma ya nkwa na unya mentem asem nti me de me ma gyenche se ba ya o de okọ na akogina polling box nu ma wa gyenche una onim ne okọ akoto amano nti ehun hia so beko kogina ho se okoto wi a entokwa na we watimi wakame e ka me nkwa de ka sunbi ne de ya hwehwe tu de e ba the Ura boss no una nim nipa o kwa koto ama no otuma no wi a o de hoja ona ko ba bia o free buy tenkwane asundwe ene de yepe e my Ghana man ni
about one day I adwinche se ne be ya o koto aba no se ne be ya daachi we abra bo be si yie sa ne ya tu nye se ntokwa se ma na bibia o se o du ani obi ade na ni tu form no hwe ba bia daachi e be boa no na sitremu ni ade tinyi we dem nyam smith ma kan no nyento kwa nya fi wotu aba wi abokọ wa kofia kwa kwatipe oba bi atena kusi chama ye be declare
abato de me nto aba me kwa ne ko bi akora nto do ko be karo bra o ma na etim no se ko fo yesu kristo kura ba di o ma we so a ni pa be polutu na adwe ndi mo mbato de me de wotu ye no kwa se ofie no wada de be wini bi o wini because ma wini a over him bro but me also we never hear me do 2 years na kwa kan bo bi ko tu ani e man ko nya asem and me paka cha mo ano no
obi anu ni okato ma no on ja se enti se me ko to ma we a do be wi ni su ni do be wi ni na do do su ni do be do su enti se me do su anu kwa se man ha me se ma do su ma ko ko nzo kwa ana ma kire me ko fo se ma lu su na o ma wi a mi ntino mo fa kire na mo ko ya ni ma bia e kwata nti abato de uru so wa lu su wi ni wa wi ni ana abato te
I ask that we all hold ourselves in readiness. Mr. Anthony Atro, Chairman of the TDC Local Union, please join me here. One, two. To you, the good and the great, congregated here at Tema Community 26, put your hands together for His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. All right, I ask that we all take position as we observe the national anthem. Let us pray.
Father, to your name be glory, honor, and adoration. We thank you for your glory and your honor this day. As it is said in the book of Proverbs chapter 16 verse 3, commit your works into the Lord and he will cause it to be established. Yes, indeed, you have caused it to be established today. We are here to commission and break another grounds. As we stand here today, we ask for your mercies, we ask for your protection, we ask for your speed to take control over this project. We know a time like this will come again, and we shall all be gathered here once again to commission and dedicate it unto your hands. We thank you for answered prayer now and evermore. Amen.
We thank you so much, Mr. Anthony Atro, the chairman of the TDC Local Union. Please be seated. It's a beautiful afternoon here at Tema Community 26, where we behold the future as we commission over 1,000 houses into the service of the TDC and for the good people of Ghana, and break ground for 800 more. Please put your hands together for this groundbreaking achievement for Ghana as we bridge that gap in the housing deficit of our country. My name is Jerry Ajololo, and on behalf of the Minister for Works and Housing, together with the entire ministry and in partnership with the Tema Development Company, I want to say a very good afternoon to you, the Vice President of our Republic, Your Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, together with the Metropolitan Chief Executive, Bung Katamanso, the Honorable Samuel Oko Amankwa. Good afternoon to you, MC Ningo Pram Latif Tete Amano, the Board Chair of the TDC, the Honorable Kofi Brako, The Managing Director, Madam Alice Apna Ufuriata, former Metropolitan Chief Executive, Mr. David Annan, the Chief Director at the Ministry, together with other directors of the Ministry, her departments and agencies, the parliamentary candidates for Kunkatamansu, Mr. William Ufusua Sante, and to you all, the great and the good gathered here. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Today's event is not just about us showing you buildings that we've built. It's an expression of value and for the dignity of the Ghanaian. And it's a tangible expression of the commitment of the government of Ghana, led by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Put your hands together in celebration one more time. That is what we're celebrating today. But for this short period that we're going to stay here, we want to give you an understanding. We don't want you to just come and say you witnessed. We want you to understand what has gone into it, what will go into the next phase, and what it will mean for you and for me. Are we ready for that? And so with joy in your heart, would you please make welcome to give us an understanding of what this entire project means and our purpose of gathering, the General Manager Operations of the TDC, Mr. Samuel Asante. A round of applause as he comes.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Your Excellency, around this time, everybody knows how busy you are. And so we are so grateful that you were able to squeeze some time to be with us this afternoon. We are indeed grateful. The Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, the Board Chairman, TDC, and our Managing Director of TDC. Since the guests have been introduced already, I stand on that protocol. And I'll go straight to tell you why we are here today. As you can see, these beautiful buildings here, we are here to commission the phases 1, 2, and 3, and cut sword for the phase 4 of the Bone Affordable Housing Project. Your Excellency, if you permit me, I'll give you a brief background of this project. This project was envisioned and birthed by the former President Kufuor in 2006 to deliver 1,526 housing units to meet the demand of low to middle income earning Ghanaians, both in the public and private sectors. The project started with full funding from central government. Sadly, it came to a halt in 2009, soon after the new government took office. Between 2012 and 2016, there was a modest attempt to restart the project, but progress was quite slow. And in 2020, under the able and dynamic leadership of our current Managing Director, Ms. Alice Apna Ufuriata, and with support of the Board of Directors, Management, and staff of TDC, the project was rejuvenated and positioned in the fast lane till today. Your Excellency, I'm proud to say that 1,072 housing units with infrastructure such as roads, drains, extension of electricity and water have been completed so far under the phases 1 to 3 of this project. And this has been done solely from TDC's internally generated funds. So, Your Excellency, we have in this 1,072 units, we have studio apartments, 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom. In fact, to your right-hand side, there's a 2-bedroom, which we'll be honored to have you inspect before you leave. Now, the phase 4 of this project is what we are here to cut sword for. And it's made up of 800 2-bedroom units. And this phase will be completed in 18 months. Honorable Minister, we cannot go without mentioning that it is as a result of your astute and results-oriented leadership style that we've commenced this project so speedily. And so we are indeed grateful for your direction and support, as well as the gentle pressure under which we had to work to come to this point. Your Excellency, we are indeed grateful to have you to commission vision and counsel for this project. It is our prayer that in 18 months, we'll call upon you once again from the Jubilee House as the President of the Republic of Ghana to come and commission phase 4 and bring this whole project to a close. So this is the brief we're gonna have you. We'll be on standby for questioning after the program. Thank you very much.
We're grateful to you, Mr. Samuel Asante, General Manager Operations of the TDC. And since we cannot keep this good news to ourselves, why don't we make the whole of Ghana hear it? Are we ready? And so put your hands together to all our friends joining us on the Vice President's Facebook platform, those joining us on the Ministry of Information platform, those joining us on the Ministry of Works and Housing Facebook platform, and to those joining us on TV, on ABC TV. Let's put our hands together one more time. And like we do in Accra, this is where we say, Cha, Neo Maniaba, Cha, 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 Neo Maniaba, Cha, Neo Maniaba, a celebration of music and dance. The good people of Ghana can do this all day and all night in celebration of a government that has honored its promise under the able leadership of the promise keeper, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Put your hands together. Okay. Minuanum, Obientia. How many of us are Tema boys and girls? What's not Tema che? Okay. Mesumi Tema boy and girls. What do you know about Tema TDC? TDC, the name say Tema Development Corporation. And yes, sir. Corporation, you mujuma de and said and also, sir. But because of her dynamic leadership, Oba Pawanti, she was able to convert the mandate, and Tema Development is no longer corporation, it's a company with enhanced powers to go beyond the traditional Tema enclave and develop more areas like this. The good and great of Tema. The least we can do is to put our hands together and receive the managing director of the Tema Development Company, Madam Alice Abena Oforiata, as she speaks to us.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, the Minister of Works and Housing, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, the Greater Accra Regional Minister, the chef is here, Honorable Titus Glover, I haven't seen him, okay. The parliamentary candidate for Kantamanso constituency, Honorable William Asante. The Municipal Chief Executive of Kantamanso Municipal Assembly, Honorable Samuel Oko Mankwa. CEOs present, Board and Management of TDC, distinguished guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I welcome you to this memorable occasion. It is a day set aside for the official commissioning of phases 1 to 3 of the TDC Community 26 gated affordable housing project, as well as the sword cutting for phase 4. This project, which began in 2006 under President John Agyekum Kufuor, aims at helping to address Ghana's housing deficit by providing affordable housing for Ghanaians. Your Excellency, phases 1 to 3 of the project are now complete, offering 71 blocks of 1,072 housing units, including studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom apartments, with necessary infrastructure such as roads, drainage, and utilities. Phase 4 has been designed to provide an additional 104 blocks of 832 2-bedroom apartments. However, we're starting the construction of 100 blocks to provide 800 apartments, which is expected to be completed by April 2026. The success of this project is attributed to support from the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Works and Housing, contractors, and TDC's commitment to assisting in providing solutions to the housing challenge in the country. I reaffirm TDC's dedication to providing quality and affordable housing to further address Ghana's housing needs. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, we are confident these homes will provide safe, decent, and comfortable living spaces for many families, contributing to their well-being and national development. On behalf of TDC Ghana Limited, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for being part of this journey and for joining us on this special day. Together, we can continue to build a better future for Ghana. Thank you.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the Managing Director, Tema Development Company, Madam Alice Abena Oforiata. Thank you very much for those thoughts. He has served you before with all of his heart as MP for Tema Central. But because of his love for Tema, it pleased the President to make him the board chair of TDC. I give to you your very own Honorable Kofi Brako. A round of applause as he speaks to us.
Hello. standing on the existing protocols that's been here already, I'm just going to look at a few things here. That is, instead of repeating exactly what has already been said, I'm just going to look at the conclusions, because apparently the speeches are all not the same. So I'm just going to look at what is here and let you know that today happens to be a wonderful day in the life of TDC Ghana Limited. As said earlier, all the work that is being done is not from government coffers. It is genuinely generated, how do you call it, internally generated funds. And if the TDC gentlemen, that in terms of management, are here, I will want to hear you and then give us yourselves a big round of applause for a very good well done. It has not been easy. It has been very challenging, but we have managed to surmount all the difficulties. And today we are here inaugurating or commissioning this important edifice. This whole edifice was supposed to have was started in 2006. Don't forget, 2006. NDC came to power for 8 solid years. They never touched what was here. Today we are back in power. NPP, we are in power. NPP, we are in power. And we have completed what President Kufuor decided to do. My only plea is that, since you know very well that if you make the mistake, and then you allow NDC to come back, the current sword cutting that we are going to start, they will never complete it. It is therefore important that you bring MPP back so that we will complete it, and the Vice President will come and commission it here again for us. On behalf of the board members and the management team, we thank all of you here today for honoring this particular invitation. And on behalf of the board members as well, we also want to thank our Honorable Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. We all know that he is the digital man, and we believe that he is going to win and win and win again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Kofi Brako, Board Chair of the TDC, thank you very much. It is very possible. Yo, Mebacho. It has fallen to our very own sector minister to expedite action for government ever since he assumed office as Minister for Works and Housing. Would you please make welcome the Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah.
That's it. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, directors and staff of the Ministry of Works and Housing, the board, management and staff of TDC Company Limited, MCs who are here, directors and staff of the assemblies that have joined us here, my friend and brother, William, the parliamentary candidate for the New Patriotic Party, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. It is with great pride and a deep sense of joy that I warmly welcome you once again to this historic event. Today we are doing three things. First, His Excellency the Vice President is officially commissioning phases 1 to 3. That is 1,072 homes here at the Kpong Affordable Housing Enclave. 1,072 homes. Second, contractors are already on site and have started their settings, and so he will symbolically break ground for phase 4, which is 800 additional homes here at the TDC Affordable Housing Enclave. These two alone brings us to a total of about 1,872 homes under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo just in the Kpong Enclave here. Mr. Vice President, on your way back to Accra, I'm informed you would also join us to inspect ongoing works of phases 2 and 3 of the NHF estates, which are being developed by TDC Company Limited. That is a total of 534 homes in Community 22. I believe we can put our hands together for a very, very, very decent job that has been done in the housing sector. This occasion marks one of our most fulfilling events at the Ministry of Works and Housing and our agency, the TDC. And it comes on the back of the President's recent commissioning of police homes in Tesano earlier this year. We in the housing community are truly excited and grateful for your support. We are excited to showcase that it is possible to achieve excellence in Ghana's housing sector when we employ the right collaborative efforts. And I say it is possible to achieve excellence because if you have leadership at the board level that is willing to press down hard on the management of the company, if you have management who are minded to utilize the scarce resources to deliver, if you have contractors who are willing to deliver with excellence according to timelines and with quality, and leadership at the ministry that is intent on ensuring that with the little resources that we have, we can do much, it is possible to achieve excellence in Ghana's housing sector and indeed across Ghana. On behalf of the Ministry of Works and Housing, I wish to extend our profound gratitude to you, Mr. Vice President, for your steadfast commitment and unwavering support for initiatives that impact the well-being of the people of Ghana. Your presence here today, despite your very busy schedule, underscores your dedication to advancing the well-being of all Ghanaians through innovative and impactful policies, and we salute you for this. The Ministry of Works and Housing, acting through our agency, TDC Company Limited, has consistently demonstrated our resolve to tackle the housing deficit head-on. Our focus remains firmly on supporting the housing industry to deliver affordable, accessible, and sustainable housing for all segments of our society. Through the diligent efforts of TDC, we are witnessing this development here today and breaking ground for the next phase. As we turn our attention to phase 4 of this transformative project, which is poised to deliver an additional 800 units, I want to urge TDC and your contractors to maintain and indeed surpass the standards that you have demonstrated thus far. The diligent execution of this phase will not only enhance access to affordable housing, but also serve as a cornerstone in our broader efforts to bridge the housing gap across the country. Your Excellency, permit me to mention that the record of the MPP in delivering housing since 2017 is impressive. For the security services alone, we have so far delivered 1,000 homes. The final batch was what the President handed over in Tesano. This is just for the security services. This is providing dignity and comfort for our men and women in uniform. Through TDC, we will, upon completion of this phase of this project, have delivered 1,800 homes. Mr. Vice President, through the State Housing Company, we have so far initiated work on at least 800 homes, some of which have already been completed and handed over to Ghanaians. And through the National Home Ownership Fund, as I mentioned, we would have delivered 534 additional homes by the time phase 3, which you inspect today, is done. Through our land swaps, redevelopment, and infilling programs, we have also worked towards completing 600 homes for public servants. And very soon, our public servants across the Greater Accra region will have some more access to housing so that it can serve the Republic better. Excellency, this brings to a total 3,736 homes, excluding the Pokwase Affordable Housing Project. 3,736 homes, excluding the Pokwase Affordable Housing Project. And in doing this, we have not left to rot the stalled projects which we inherited. We are currently completing the Adenta State Housing Flats, and we've also handed over the Saglemi stalled units to the selected private partner to finance and to complete. In line with our philosophy and in consonance with the housing policy, we have resolved that moving forward, government should resort to a comprehensive PPP framework to holistically address challenges in the housing market. This framework targets both the demand side and the supply side, and it creates an enabling environment for private sector participation while ensuring affordability for prospective homeowners. And the overall goal is to significantly reduce the housing deficit in the shortest possible time. Additionally, Your Excellency, your ambitions on improving the financial sector will ensure that our efforts at deepening the mortgage market, as well as providing sustainable financing for housing development, bears fruit in the next government. For example, the National Rental Assistance Scheme, which you championed, is making it easier for Ghanaians to rent homes, including homes here in this enclave, and we are grateful to you for your leadership. The National ID system and the credit score system, both of which you have championed, will also, in addition to our efforts to deepen the mortgage market, make it even easier for more Ghanaians to buy homes through mortgages in the next government. And by the next government, God willing, I'm talking about the Bawumia government. In the process, Excellency, it will create thousands of jobs and also contribute significantly to the growth of our economy. To all our stakeholders, industry players, community leaders, and citizens, your collaboration and your support have been essential. Together, we can drive forward this ambitious agenda to build not just houses, but vibrant, thriving communities that foster growth, uphold dignity, and inspire hope. And in conclusion, I'd like to sincerely thank everyone who's been part of this. First, my predecessors, Samuel Atachia and Francis Asensu-Boache. Second, directors and staff at the Ministry of Works and Housing, Chief Director and your team here. Third, the board, directors, management, and staff of TDC Company Limited. I also want to acknowledge our contractors who have worked with excellence. And especially, I want us to give a big round of applause to the hard-working over 600 people who have worked to bring this project where we are. Let's give them a very big round of applause. The carpenters, the masons, the plumbers, the civil engineers, the surveyors who have done this great job. We salute you all. We thank you, and we pray that today's ceremony will only mark a significant step forward in our collective efforts to tackle Ghana's housing challenges. Thank you, and may this event inspire us to double our efforts as we work together to provide sustainable housing solutions for generations to come. I thank you for the opportunity.
The Minister for Works and Housing of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Kojo Oponkruma, delivering the state of the housing sector in Ghana. All right. Inti me patroma mimbisa Jumadiena Mudishe Nanadun Sanse Onyeno Waya na wanye. And so shortly, we will hear from Mr. Possible, Mr. It is Possible, Mr. Digitalization. Ningina. But, I promised you, I want you to leave here with an understanding. We want to give you an appreciation of all that has gone into this. It's just a 5-minute video. Please enjoy.
In the heart of Community 26, a vision has come to life. A vision of affordable and sustainable housing for Ghanaians. This is the story of the Government Affordable Housing Project, a testament to progress, innovation, and hope. Designed to address Ghana's growing housing deficit, the project delivers 1,072 apartments across 71 blocks, offering a mix of 1-bedroom standard, 1-bedroom special, and 2-bedroom units. executed in 3 distinct phases. The project began with the completion of 71 existing blocks in Phase 1. Phase 2 followed, focusing on critical infrastructure, roads, drainage systems, and utility connections, ensuring a fully functional community. In Phase 3, 44 uncompleted structures were cleared to make way for future development, maximizing the use of available land. At its core, this project represents more than bricks and mortar. It symbolizes opportunity and dignity for thousands of families, offering safe and modern homes in a well-planned environment. The government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Works and Housing, has once again demonstrated its commitment to delivering on the promise of affordable housing for all. Community 26, boom, now stands as a beacon of what can be achieved when vision meets action. A community built not just for today, but for generations to come.
Put your hands together one more time. Me pacho. It's pacho social nedru. Me pacho dena musian Esemwara. And so, the good and the grace of the MPP, I have a favor to ask. The good and the great of MPP, joining us here on television and online. I want you to listen to the Vice President as a fellow member of your party. And to non-members of the MPP, I want you to listen to him with an open mind. Are we ready for that? Then welcome the Vice President of our Republic, His Excellency, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Thank you very much. Kojo Opon Nkrumah, Minister for Works and Housing, and MP for Ofuasi Ayrebi. Our Board Chair for TDC, Honorable Kofi Brako. Our CEO, or should we say Managing Director for TDC, Alice Abna Ofriata. Our Regional Chairman for the MPP, who is here present. The incoming MP for Pon Katamanso, William Asante. The board, management and staff of TDC, our MC for Pon Katamanso, directors and staff of the Ministry of Works and Housing, distinguished guests, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. It is really a privilege and an honor to stand before you today as we gather to commemorate another milestone in our shared efforts to tackle Ghana's most pressing challenges. One of Ghana's most pressing challenges, access to affordable housing. First and foremost, let me join the Honorable Minister in congratulating the board and staff of TDC Company Limited, as well as the dedicated contractors and stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to bring phases 1, 2, and 3 of the Pone Affordable Housing Project to completion. As you were all made aware, this project started in 2006 under President Kufuor. It was abandoned, literally, between 2009 and 2016, and was resuscitated and reactivated by the new board and management of TDC under the MPP. Your unwavering commitment, professionalism, and expertise have not only delivered homes, but also hope to countless Ghanaians. We are here today because of your hard work, and you deserve our sincerest gratitude and commendation. While we celebrate the achievements so far, we must also acknowledge the magnitude of the task that lies ahead. Over the past decade, Ghana has achieved a remarkable 33% reduction in the national housing deficit, which now stands at approximately 1.8 million housing units. This progress is commendable. However, our housing delivery system still fails to adequately address the increase in demand for affordable homes, particularly for low to middle income earners. The housing policy introduced in 2015 was a significant milestone to developing the housing sector in Ghana. However, it lacked the effective delivery programs needed to tackle both the supply and demand sides of the housing market. As a result, many Ghanaians, particularly those in the low and middle income brackets, continue to face challenges in accessing safe, secure, and affordable housing. Furthermore, the absence of a sustainable construction finance mechanism has hindered the large-scale development of housing units and related infrastructure. Similarly, the lack of a robust long-term mortgage regime has made it difficult for many prospective homeowners to access affordable financing needed to realize their dream of home ownership. The housing market and the mortgage market in general is so important for any economy. In most of the advanced economies, when the housing market goes down, the economy goes down. When the economy is going down, you see it in the housing market, because the mortgage market is in trillions of dollars and pounds across various advanced economies. The housing market provides jobs across. If we are talking about a sector that can really create jobs, then it's the housing sector. You have architects, you have surveyors, you have masons, you have carpenters, you have plumbers, you have electricians, you have roofers, you have window people, so across, tilers and so on. That one house can employ so many people. So when you're building a large-scale housing estate, you can just see the sort of jobs that it creates. And so when the housing market is not developing, there is a problem. And Ghana is we are facing one such challenge, that you need to make sure that our mortgage market develops. That then allows a financing mechanism for houses to be built. And so we are very, very conscious. Coming into office from 2017, we're very conscious of this and trying to put in place measures to address this problem. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2017, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, our government has implemented a series of transformative initiatives to address these long-standing issues and create sustainable housing solutions in Ghana. Permit me to highlight some of them. The completion of stalled projects. A key priority of our administration has been the completion of stalled housing projects. Today, we proudly celebrate the completion of phases 1, 2, and 3 of the Cone Affordable Housing Project. As we break ground for phase 4, we are embarking on construction of 832 additional housing units comprising 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. And I must say the financing for this has been secured for these 832 units. This expansion will bring the total number of units in this project to 1,904, offering much needed housing to Ghanaians. I must also make the point, which is important for us to note, that between 2009 and 2016, TDC didn't complete any housing projects. I mean zero. Under us, we are completing 1,702 here under TDC. It tells you that there wasn't any importance attached to TDC and the work that it was doing. There wasn't much financing provided, and there wasn't much innovativeness in what we were able to do. Zero completion in 8 years. Ladies and gentlemen, to make home ownership more accessible, the government established a home ownership fund in 2018. This initiative, in partnership with local banks, provides cedi-denominated mortgages at lower interest rates. And to date, this fund has supported the completion of 532 units with underwritten mortgages, and 139 are under construction. Ladies and gentlemen, we've also expanded the public sector housing program through strategic partnerships with the private sector, as outlined in our national housing policy. This approach focuses on maximizing the use of government land, increasing housing density in prime urban areas, limiting urban sprawl, and enhancing the urban environment. Over the past 7 years, this initiative is scheduled to deliver 609 housing units to be occupied by public sector workers. Housing for security services. Our government recognizes the critical role of our security services and has prioritized their housing needs. Over the past 7 years, we have provided 1,000 housing units to the Ghana Police Service in Tema, Kwabenya, and Tesano. These homes offer much needed accommodation for our hard-working servicemen and women. We also understand that not everyone can own a home. For this reason, government launched the Rent Assistance Scheme in 2023. Under this program, the government provides rent advances through a service provider, allowing tenants to pay monthly without the burden of upfront costs. So far, this scheme has supported 2,400 beneficiaries with a 100% recovery rate. This clearly shows that this initiative has not only been successful, but represents high prospects for sustainability. And we have already made a commitment to significantly increasing the rental assistance scheme, the money under the rental assistance scheme, by another 200 million Ghana cedis, so that we want the issue of rent advance to become a thing of the past. So with the rental assistance scheme Access to the monies and it means you don't have to pay 2 years advance, 3 years advance anymore. You just pay monthly as you go. So that problem is going to be solved. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the Saglemi housing project, the government has taken decisive steps to resolve the challenges surrounding its completion. Through executive approval and a rigorous procurement process, a developer has been selected to carry the project forward. The next phase will involve a joint venture arrangement leveraging both the government and private sector equity contributions to deliver this critical project. On the legislative front, the Real Estate Agency Act was passed in 2020 and establishes the Real Estate Agency Council to regulate real estate transactions. Additionally, the rent bill designed to further regulate and develop the housing market has been submitted to Parliament for consideration. Finally, the government has validated a revised housing profile, which will be launched this week, and this updated document will serve as a strategic guide for housing delivery and policy development in Ghana. We have seen the year of roads and what impact we have made with the year of roads in Ghana. And what I will be ushering in, God willing, is a decade of housing. A decade of housing for us to address our housing needs in Ghana. And we have already set forth, given our experiences, the financing model for this. It's a private-public partnership. That is the model that we are going to apply, as we have done with the National Home Ownership Fund, to really solve this housing problem. The private-public partnership is the way to go. We know that we needed to put in place a few critical pillars that will make our mortgage market function. The mortgage market doesn't function in a vacuum. And this is why we made sure that we had the national ID card issued. The Ghana card provides unique identity to all Ghanaians and all potential borrowers in terms of the mortgage market. So you have a critical element that was missing in our development of the mortgage market. We have put it in place. Secondly, we did not have an address system for a mortgage market to evolve. An address system for property locations and so on needs to be really there, and nobody has to have a doubt where a property is located. So when we came into office, we did not have a functioning address system that covered all of Ghana. So we have implemented the digital property address system that gives every part of Ghana, whether you are in a village or a town, whether you are in Agbulbulushi or Chokor or Nima or in a kiosk somewhere, you have a digital address. Everybody has a digital address. And that is a very, very important piece of soft infrastructure that will underpin the development of the mortgage market. We also had to address a major issue that really had a major adverse implication for the development of a mortgage market in Ghana, because the problem was that most Ghanaians, 70% of Ghanaians, did not have a bank account. And how do you develop a mortgage market without a bank account? So we then decided to say, we have mobile money accounts, let's leverage on that to introduce mobile money interoperability and make the mobile money account interoperable with the bank account. And so essentially become a bank account. At the time when we were trying to do this, many people did not understand. But we have completed the process of mobile money interoperability. And if you look at the whole of Africa, we have 54 countries. The whole of Africa, Ghana is the only country with complete interoperability of domestic payments. The only country in the whole of Africa. We are the only country. So your Momo account works like a bank account. And therefore, we are the only country, the whole of Africa, we're the only country with 100% access to financial inclusion. Only Ghana, the whole of the 54 African countries. So we have brought about financial inclusion. We have overtaken the rest of Africa in just the last 8 years. In bringing anybody that, so these are the requirements that have to underpin an emerging mortgage market. If your people are not banked, you have a problem. And so then we have implemented the credit scoring system. And that is a major thing for Ghana. And basically anybody with a Ghana card number will have a credit score. And therefore we are able to assess risk. And the credit scoring will also bring down interest rates because you are able to properly assess risks. And we are one of the few countries on the continent. The one that has an effective credit scoring system is South Africa. And that is it. So Ghana, we are entering a new realm. And this morning I was speaking at the Lands Commission because another major area for us to complete in the development of the mortgage market is land digitalization, so that we can check the searches and so on our mobile phone on who owns land and whatever. So that is going to be one of the things I will accomplish, God willing, as president, so that you don't need land guards to go and protect your property. We will make land guards a thing of the past because your property will be properly documented and digitalized. The digital framework will stop all of that. So we are really going into a decade of housing. We're going to bring the private sector. We are going to develop the mortgage market and do all of that. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's commissioning and groundbreaking ceremony is a testament to the unwavering commitment of our government to providing affordable and decent housing for all Ghanaians. It is a symbol of hope, progress, and power of collaboration. We have demonstrated, as the Minister for Works and Housing is concerned, and I must say, he is such an excellent Minister for Works and Housing. He really is. I mean, I hope he doesn't mind me. I hope he doesn't mind me saying so, but he's really one of our best ministers in the government. He's really one of our very best. He does, I mean, so much across whatever role you assign him, he excels. And so I'm very proud of him. But he has made it clear. Minister Kojo Mponkrom has made it very clear, and the data is very much there, that if you look at what we have done, the record in the housing sector over the last 8 years is vastly superior to the record of the previous government. Just vastly. It's not even close. It's just massively superior. TDC didn't complete a unit when they were there. When you look at state housing, under the last government, 8 years, they only did 12 houses. 12. 8 years, state housing, 12 houses. We have done over 1,000 houses in state housing alone. Over 1,000 in TDC. So you cannot, it's not even close. I mean, when the comparison is not close. You know, you are talking about elephants versus nkokon kiting. It's not even close. It's not close, isn't it? Yes. So the comparison is in there. We are way far ahead of them. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, let us remain steadfast in our resolve to address the housing deficit in a sustainable and inclusive manner. Together, we can ensure that every Ghanaian, regardless of income level, has the opportunity to live in dignity and security. As we break ground for this significant project, let us reaffirm our shared vision of a Ghana where housing is not a privilege, but a right for every citizen. Together we are building not just homes, but a future of equity, opportunity, and prosperity. Thank you very much for your attention. May God bless you all, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of our Republic.
Yes, so I've officially commissioned phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Hooray!
Yedininga bayasido asida nanenyami ase. One more time for the Vice President of our Republic. Yo. Last one, last one. Okay. Let's go. Put your hands together for yourselves. All right, 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 all right. Yenina, we are the crowd. We are train. We are munching. Mr. Vice President, we would all like to say a personal thank you to you, but it's not possible. So we've elected one of our very own. He's the General Manager, Finance and Admin TDC, to do that on our behalf. Make welcome Alhaji Abdul Mumin Yakubu. That is for the after party. Relax, 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 relax.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
I respectfully request your permission to adhere to the existing protocol. I feel humbled and greatly privileged to be called upon to deliver the vote of thanks and to say the closing prayer on this very important occasion. On behalf of the Board of Directors, Management and staff of TDC Ghana Limited, we say Alhamdulillah. Praise be to Almighty Allah for His grace and mercies on His servant, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. Oh Lord, on this momentous day and the blessings that follow it, we commit your servant, Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia, to thy care. Your Excellency, we are grateful for your precious time, your encouraging words, and your acknowledgement of our collaborative efforts for the successes we have achieved thus far, even amid challenges. Your Excellency, we extend a heartfelt thank you and say, Allah bless you for your good works and more. It is possible. We cannot overlook the invaluable support and guidance of our Honorable Minister for Works and Housing and Member of Parliament for Ofuasia Irebi, Honorable Kojo Opon Kurma, along with all our stakeholders, especially the Municipal Chief Executive for Ponkatamanso and my good friend and brother, the parliamentary candidate for Konkatamaso. We also thank the media, the security agencies, and all our stakeholders. The security agencies, the MMC is in the Tema acquisition area. Oh Lord, we thank you for this day, and we bless you, and so bless us and bless our homeland, Ghana. Now shall we say the closing prayer? Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. In the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful. All praises be to you, O Lord, the beneficent, the merciful. O Lord, it is you alone we worship, and it is only you we beseech for help. We seek your assistance in all our affairs. Wherefore we say, Rabbana atina min al-dunka rahmatan wa hiya lana min amrina rashada. That is, O Lord, bestow on us from thyself and facilitate for us our affairs with your guidance. O Lord, enable us to achieve our ambitions. Surely our ambitions are rooted in your love. O Lord, enable us to build and house your people. O Lord, as we bring this ceremony to a close, we pray for your grace and mercy and protection for your servant, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and all of us. With you, O Lord, it is possible. O Lord, continue to guide us on the right path, the path of those on whom you have bestowed favor, and not of those who go astray. Amen.
All rise for the anthem. Hey! Please be seated, please be seated, please be seated. Please be seated. And so now, the Vice President, accompanied by the Minister, the MD of TDC, together with the Board Chair, the parliamentary candidates, will proceed to cut the tape and unveil the plaque. We shall all remain seated. We shall all remain seated and view proceedings on the screen, after which they shall proceed to the other side for the groundbreaking. Ehania bo paluta no. Me pacho edain ahini ye 1,000 and ahini be breaking ground for. Put your hands together for the government. And so the Vice President will take a tour and thereafter move over to the groundbreaking site. Let's go. Mr. DJ, one announcement. People say what poet na onje ya. People ni ran se beje. Say what dia, pacho beje. Foul Ghana card bra. Na me check say what. DJ Manenko. And so the Vice President will move over to break ground for the next phase, the phase 4. We shall all remain seated like we've done for this first part. We shall view all the proceedings on the screen. So it's all thanks and praises now to God Almighty for giving us leaders with a heart for the people. 1,800 homes is the promise come to life under the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, with the promise to continue to do more through the Vice President of the Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as he takes leave of us. Let's go.